are you guys?
We're you, dude!
You're metal, dude!
Dudes!
Deliberating. Deliberating. Deliberating.
DogFace.
Deliberating.
DogFace. I'm the dude.
1 minute, dude.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
You're a lying DogFace pony soldier. You said you were, but now you gotta be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Who are you guys?
We're you, dude!
Dudes.
Jazz flute.
A little bit of piccolo? Is that a little piccolo?
We jazz fluting.
Jazz handing.
Piccolo. Is it Dragon Ball Z we're talking about?
We could get into that. I think we have a Super Saiyan that we're trying to line up tonight.
Saiyan.
Saigon? Is it a silent G? Sagan?
Carl Sagan?
Wasn't he the science guy? Bill Nye.
Stardust.
How does that work?
You're all stardust.
Is it a good debate tactic to correct the pronunciation of your opponent?
It is a crappy debate tactic. I also found out that YouTube is very, very unfriendly if you swear within the first 15 minutes of your live stream. It will contribute to your demonetization. So for all of the good Christian soldiers out there, you know, that's it's
good thing I'm wearing a hat. I might start sweating.
Oh boy.
Right? Yeah.
So
No, the childish rules that YouTube has people under in order to, you know, walk away with a shekel or two is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I appreciate the financial contribution. We were just discussing the StreamYard fees, which are increasing each month, it seems.
What's up, Keen?
The technicalities.
Red Star.
Got a Grindler? Grindler? Is it Grinder?
Well, no, he shaved off his beard mostly, and so now his mustache looks much bigger in comparison.
So I mean,
not through a transition.
Not to get too personal, but I kind of had a religious experience at the headwaters of the mighty Mississippi, where I discovered that the idea that the Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of America is a prominent idea there. So here's where I got confused, though, because people discovered this was the headwaters of the mighty Mississippi. And then they take their shoes off and they wiggle their little toes in the water. So they're sending their foot.
Oh, Martae's here.
Oh, then I'll end that story. But just the idea that they're sending their worst down to the Gulf of America from Minnesota doesn't seem very hospitable. But
it doesn't.
I'll tell you what, dude, the Minnesotans, when they get down to that Louisiana swamp area, they don't act right. They don't. They act all out of place. They're unused to the heat. They're unused to the humidity. They don't know how to integrate with swamp culture. And when they send the Minnesotans,
there's water snakes, Steve.
They're not
water snakes.
Their best. You know,
snakes are not supposed to be in the water.
We're just testing our sound levels. We might get rowdy tonight. I did encounter a full family.
I assume some of the Minnesotans are good people.
There was a full family dressed in.
You should be able to jump into the water to escape the poisonous snake.
Matching tartan pattern. Is it tartan, the black and the red?
I think that's only if it shows up in the same form of plaid that you're wearing, sir.
Yeah, it's plaid, but is it tartan? Do we have a real Scotsman around to ask?
We'll find out. Would anyone like to bring this fella up? I am
tonight we get the pleasure of finally getting the debate that we've been seeking after with one of the ortho bros. We have a gentleman who's a actual professional bodybuilder. Did some modeling, a little bit gay with that, but you know, that's all right. It happens. He's gotten past it, I think.
Have you gotten past
Gotta
it?
razz him a little bit. You guys,
better him past it than it passed into him.
I've seen his photos, and they are
that's one.
good.
That's 1 point for the guest as far as that goes.
But Martae's been his name is Martae, and he's been making his way around. I've seen him debate a few times on a few shows. He's pretty well spoken, and I thought he'd be a good one to try and bring in, and he has agreed. So welcome, Martae.
Just assume that we have a soundboard with applause.
Sounds good. I'll give my own applause. But you know what? I'm coming in kind of upset, to be honest. I'm coming in upset because I know this is probably a diversion from the topic, but where do I even start? I'm really pissed off at Black culture right now. I'm like beyond exhaustion, beyond it's just insane.
Well, are you experiencing the Black fatigue?
No, exhaustion. We're past fatigue. We're like 3 levels beyond that. It's fucking boiling over. It's ridiculous. Like,
so got a question for you. Is it more than a Jamaican style mild beef patty that you're experiencing?
Is it the girl
I'm at
like
the
that?
mild beef level right now?
That's the gringo burrito.
So you're past the medium.
That one's acceptable.
How hot is your anger?
I think there should be a moratorium on Black culture for at least 10 years before we get back to this. So, yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm serious. It's insane right now.
Is it the girl getting stabbed in the neck?
Wait, hang on. So we're clear.
I would have been in prison right now if I was on that bus. And here's the thing, though. I would have whooped everybody's ass that didn't do shit on this bus, too. I would have been in prison and happily whooped all their asses because this is another human life, a fellow human life that didn't do anything. The problem with this is they're blaming on a mental illness. But if it was the other way, they burn a city down, they burn cars down. And all of a sudden, when this happens, it's just BS because George Floyd, the whole thing happened. They burned down cities. It was just crazy. But it's just such a double standard right now, and it pisses me the hell. Sorry, I hate to bring in another subject, but
it's relevant.
It's just really stupid right now. It's society right now.
But before you start the rest of your soapbox, tell everybody where to find you, and just know that I actually, especially in Minneapolis where Marcus is, when I lived there in the 90s, I seen this in the 90s rampantly. So this isn't
I grew
something
up
that
outside of Indianapolis and in and around Gary and Chicago and Cleveland and Flint. And if there's a shithole ghetto in the Midwest, I have family that was a factory worker there.
Yeah, it's insane. Well, you can find me on X at Marty Martae and also _ the Real Mighty Mouse at Instagram and my channel On the Edge, where I've been currently doing debates. Tangential to this, by the way, I won a debate and destroyed a whole panel of. I'm also identifying as Black, but here's the thing, though. I destroyed a whole panel of Blacks on the topic of whites should get reparations from Black. I annihilated the out of everybody on this panel. How am I wrong? How am I wrong about this? Because when Blacks get pissed, they burn down cities, cost taxpayers thousands of dollars, and 600,000 whites died to free these Black slaves. I can go on. They got decimated in this debate, by the way, but it was glorious.
The ADS crowd is one of the most thin-skinned bunch of people that I've ever encountered in my life. ADS, for the uninitiated, American Descendants of Slaves. It's I grew up in a very culturally mixed city. It was halfway to being what George Clinton and the P-Funk All-Stars referred to as a chocolate city. And so, I grew up half in the Black community, half out of it. And when I fucking talk to my friends from back home, they're kind of like, yeah, we could probably do this a different way. It could probably go down a little bit different than the way it currently is. Martae, real quick, who would you appoint to be the commander in charge of the debonneting brigade? because I think a lot of where the animosity comes from the power of the bonnet. And once it's placed on the head, then it's almost crown-like. There's a sense of entitlement that comes with it. And now that's where the attitude flows through.
So did you see my content that I put up about the black woman with the bonnet raging against the white girl with the braids? I don't know if you saw that.
I've seen that, but not your particular take on it. Please continue.
Welcome to Germanic culture.
Well, here's the thing.
Help you.
It wasn't just Germanic. You're talking about Celtic culture, Germanic culture, Native American culture had this.
Well, and when I say Germanic, I'm not talking about Germany. I'm referring to basically Rome used to call everything north of that Germania. So I'm including the Celts. I'm including all of them. And
Celts,
we absolutely wore braids in our hair.
We're talking about pure Viking people. The reason why Vikings wore their braids, not from black culture, was to keep the hair out of their face during battle. And not to mention that, but this was also stylistic in showing marital status as well, too. But a lot of people don't know this. When Marquisha or Shaquisha goes and yells at a white woman for wearing braids, she doesn't know her history while she's wearing a wig that's from a white head. This makes no sense to me. It's the stupidest shit in the world. Yeah,
and I'll agree with them about dreads. You know, no, you white girls with dreads, that's weird. But the braids, you guys are just uninformed.
Dreads happen by not combing your hair, by sleeping in your bed, tossing and turning. Your head just dreads itself. It's called a natural dread. Anyone with hair can have it to different degrees. I've had it. I've cut them out. Felt weird having them. I've worn braids too. And I've said, well, my father is John Smith and my mother is Pocahontas, so it's just cultural. You know, people have hair, it's long, they braid it. Minnesota Viking, it could be anything. It's not everything is a Halloween costume.
Well, that's the perfect example of what we're talking about. Like they show the Viking with the braids. Absolutely, it's something that's always been part of Germanic culture.
I mean, I don't mean to get on here rail against my own people, but here's the problem. I'm just fed up. The problem with this is what have black people as a whole produced in America? And then not to mention this, but it's like, not only have we not produced anything, but what have we added that wasn't like, you know, we think about crime rates. The reason why I would move to a suburb area is because property value goes down. Why is that? Because the culture, graffiti, cars, windows being broken in. And the reason why is because if we look at Chicago and Trump moving in, blacks are literally talking all this mess like they would actually do something if the National Guard comes in. The ignorance is astonishing. It's just stifling what I'm hearing on the left of these liberal blacks. It's just insane. We have masculine black women that are the men that they wish to be with, and it's just insane. So that's the true trans community that we have, or black women that are overtly masculine that are the new male populace now. So I mean, I hate to say it, but
again, that's not.
Let me jump in on this for a minute, because Martae, what do you think, or to what extent do you think a fairly upfront and out in the open war on the family unit in general has to do with that? And then specifically, there has been documented history where not just the black community, but what would pass for minority communities in most. I live in California, so as a white, I'm a minority. Here,
man.
I'm a minority in my own state. You know, I live in Mexico. I live in Mexico with different borders, and I love it. By the way, we got great food. You should try some. Just don't hang out in fucking giant coastal cities because they suck. Everywhere else, it's cool as shit. But like the war on the family specifically, what extent do you think that has to play in what we've seen, not just in the black community, but broadly throughout the country?
Well, a lot of this is just subversion from within. And what happens is, like when I was a kid growing up on Section 8, I'm not blaming my mom or anything like this, but it's what we allow is what will continue. And what I mean by that is, if we're on Section 8 and my dad wanted to move in, she was like, hell no, you're not moving in because they'll cut off Uncle Sam's check. A lot of black women do this by blocking nuclear families from happening. Here's another thing, though. They're deleting babies in mass at largest numbers at only 14%. They make up the population, but they're deleting the most babies we've ever seen through Planned Parenthood and everything else. This is actually more babies have been deleted than humans have been killed and murdered throughout human history in America, as far as America as a foundational society. And this is ridiculous. If anybody thinks I'm lying, you can look at the statistics right now on Keisha and Marquisha doing this in mass. I'm poking fun a little bit, but I have to expose and magnify this. If we don't talk about this, changes are going to happen. But people think, oh, you must hate your mom. You must hate your skin color. No, I hate black culture in mass. It's destroying society. Why do you think blacks who are most educated, grammatically well-spoken, want to move to the suburbs to get away from this mess? It's just stupid. But yes, I think that it's within. It's subversion from within. We would eat our own when it comes to anybody succeeding. And I'll give you a good example. Because I'm well-spoken on your podcast, the DogFace podcast, I'm being white. If I was educated, why are you trying to be white? It's almost like people want to hold you back. So subversion happens from within. They'll take the path of least resistance because they don't want suffering, discipline, or hardship, which builds men. You know, we can't work.
What would it take you to black out for us?
What's that?
What would it take you to black out for us? Just go like full on, go full blackety black.
I can't do that. I've been I was raised around Paradise Valley, around like white culture too much. Around. So here
That's
I
fair,
can't.
man. That's fair.
Are you asking me to chimp out? Because I can't do that.
No. I'm not asking you to chimp out. I'm just saying, like, what would it take to get you to fucking to go like more hood than what's over your hat right now? That's what I'm saying.
Put me on that bus with that woman, with that black man, and you'll see what goes down. I would go hood.
Okay.
I literally said that for my opening statement. I would go so hood, I would be incarcerated proudly. I'll say that.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
this attitude that you're talking about, this goes way back also. I think the black female culture was extraordinarily propagandized by the Theosophical Society and such. So when I was in the Army, let's see, this would have been 1994. I was in charge of a group of incoming, having went to boot camp soldiers. And what's up, Tony? And everybody understands when you join the military that you're government property now. You don't really have a say-so, and fuck all. Your say-so is what did you tell me? Like, and I got put in charge of incoming recruits, and they had to go out and we called it assholes and elbows duty. That's what everybody called it. And it meant you had to go out to the parade ground, which is where civilians come in to watch displays and things like that and pick up cigarette butts. It's one of the things you can always tell a soldier. They don't throw their cigarette butts on the ground ever. They knock the end off it and put it in their pocket, because if you ever get caught throwing it on the ground, you're on asshole and elbow duty for the next week, and it sucks. So I got these kids out doing the asshole and elbow duty, and the black girls, they were just mouthing back and just, I don't have to do this, blah, 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 and just fucking going off. And I was just in shock. I'm like, you understand where you are right now? Do you understand where the fuck you are? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And this was back in 1994.
Yeah, I can see this. Well, the problem with this is not only are women in general, and this isn't just Sharquisha, women in general are easily propagandized, making up 80% of consumerist culture. And the reason why is every kiss is made with K and everything else. When you look at commercials, 80% of the shit is geared towards women and not because of men, because we're not easily bought into things in culture. With women, here's a big problem though. I bet she was complaining while the sidewalk was built by men, maintained by men, as the grass was trimmed by men around her. The clothes that she wore were made by men, fabric designed by men, and designed by, even like, we can even go back to H. Lur, the guy with the mustache in Germany. He even had this famous clothing line that's even popular today. I think it's Hugo Boss. Like, we can even go to male culture, and we propagandized a whole lot of men, but it was like towards virtue, towards fighting in war, toward running, toward gunfire. Do you think Sharquisha wants to work out? No, because it'll melt her weave off her head and make the fake eyelashes go down. That's why I don't think they like to train and work out in the gym. But anyways, I mean, most stereotypes.
I would like to point out that wig technology has advanced to the point that where only severe fouls in the WNBA can remove it. And that should be recognized as a significant advancement in wigonometry.
The judge presiding on the Cardi B trial had no idea that wig technology had advanced as far as it did. She had to admit that she had been wearing different wig each day for her trial. Are you familiar with Cardi B?
How are we putting so much depth on wigs right now with black? This is crazy.
I mean, you introduced the subject, so we're just riffing.
yeah.
Well, I can give a short answer. It's because it's visual culture, right? Everything is visual. We've given cameras to little girls far younger than they need to be, giving cameras to them connected to the internet and their pictures and videos. And that's what they do with their friends. When they have sleepovers, they glamorize themselves up to take pictures. Now that they have the internet, they can share those pictures. So when they're sharing pictures and everyone's comparing picture to picture, they want to see constant improvement. And if you're not making a constant improvement from picture to picture, that's why they have to wear a different outfit, because girls will call them out. I probably wore this same shirt multiple times on a Tuesday night. No one's called me out, but when I wear a fancy shirt, from the Dust and Diamond collection, that's Saved by the Bell, people love that stuff. I get compliments.
Yeah, they do. I still get complaints about why you aren't wearing the rest of the collection. You stingy bitch. How you expect us to auction you?
You need that Rob Schneider fucking panache. You sparkle with it.
So how much do you think there, Martae, that this is Helter Skelter in action?
I don't know, actually. It's almost an ambiguous thing right now, because here's the problem with this whole bus issue that happened. You're talking about a boiling point right now. Anything can happen, but it's like how much
that is justified. You know what Helter Skelter is, right?
Yeah.
Manson thing where they're trying to bring up black culture in order to have war with white culture. Well, the part that they leave out is that's small hat culture that drove that whole thing, including, like, I'm old enough that I remember when rap started. And when it became part of culture, and when it started out, it was, and of course, from the vault of Marcus comes the Helter Skelter movie.
But from Bugliosi, not from, but yeah.
Yeah.
But the entire idea was to make this war happen. Well, we know that, so prior to when it was more organic, you had like Young MC, Tone Loc, guys like that everybody enjoyed their music. That wasn't even necessarily but that was rap. That was more the black culture. You had like Run DMC, things like that. Then there was a very distinct shift when you had
DC Talk comes in,
and NWA and all that. And all that was driven by small hats.
Well, if you notice, it became very gay quickly, too, where pants were sagging and then skinny jeans. And then it turned into drug user culture instead of drug seller culture. I think, I just had a war on X with a small hat myself, me and Andrew Wilson. But anyways, back to this. I think that not only this, but they're also running the corn culture as well, too, and pushing this, amongst other things, with propagating our children with a lot of this. So it's I don't know. This conversation can get really deep really quick. So yeah,
there was an era in hip hop that has been glazed over, and that's the era of like actual conscious hip hop, where people were like, "Hey, what the industry is showing you is poison, and what you've been taught largely also poison." There's a different way to do this. It has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with ascending as far as your consciousness goes. And the industry went, "You're never allowed to talk a fucking again. Don't fucking do it." And so from like 87 to 89, maybe 91, something like that, there was, a little bit of like actual decent fucking, we're here to talk about real shit hip hop, and that went away so fucking fast and got drowned out by all of the studio gangsters and all of the Jerry Hellers and Tommy Mottolas and Clive Davises and everybody like that. But it was there. It made a fucking imprint on a lot of people, and there were at least a handful of people that to this day try to carry that tradition forward. It's as hard as it is to make a break with conscious hip hop as it is trying to do a show that incorporates truth into the general podcast sphere when it's already been gate kept and set up in such a way where that's anathema to what anybody is trying to produce.
Well, if I can be really simplistic and hit the nail on the head right now, think about me and Benjamin in the same room. Benjamin, you seem like a fairly nice guy. I walk up to you, and over 50 days, I shake hands with you. But on one day, I give you a black eye. For no apparent reason, you get this black eye. Now, all of a sudden, we have a culture that remembers the black eye and we forget the 50 handshakes. This is human nature of what I'm speaking about. So we can have the best culture. We can have the Run DMCs and the Kumo Ds and everything else. But how quickly we forget about this in human nature when it's destructive in measure. All this goes by the wayside, and it's almost for naught. Now it's like in order for us to make up grounds, we have to have like 10 years of actual good culture that's promoting a better society. But I don't see that happening right now, to be honest. And that's what we're doing as a human species.
Like, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying as the results, but I'm saying Charlie Manson came out and said specifically that this whole thing was something, and this is clear back when in the Manson days, and he's saying that the small hats trying to promote a war between the whites and the blacks, and that way the blacks would eventually, the way they had it plotted out, which I don't know how they could do this with this small in numbers, although there are a lot of whites that jump in on that, but the blacks would take over, but they're so incompetent as a people that society would obviously crash, thus inviting them to come show the blacks the better way, so that way they could have a good world again. So then they would basically be the intelligent head over the blacks that took over everything.
Is that an Ayn Rand
not
novel?
My story, but amazing to watch this kind of happen.
Yeah, I could see that. I think there's a lack of discipline that's evident, and also a majority of ignorance. You can tell by the way that they hold their guns. Like automatically, there's no firearms training. There's nothing. I mean, I got a marksman when I was in law enforcement, but here's the thing, though: how much training do they have? How many people had fathers in the home? This is not even evident in the way that they conduct themselves. So this is the thing, though. I can at least concede partly that small hats may have been conducive to all of this as far as like promotion of degradation of this community. But here's the thing, though. You can't have two people in a relationship and say it's 100% one person's fault. I do believe that blacks have allowed this aversion to come in. There's been a lot of laziness and said, we'll take the free check. We'll take the handouts. To me, that's like, you're just as implicit as a small hat if you allow this to come in and actually stab your own men in the back. That's why I think, like I said, the moratorium on black women, I think that would be a good idea, at least for a time. So, yeah.
Well, it's making me sound like some kind of an apologist, which I am not. But how much of that, though,
I'm good at that, huh?
Blame on the flooding of the inner cities with drugs, where the CIA specifically got caught. Again, part of the whole Helter Skelter plan, they specifically flooded the inner cities. And this is during a time period. This is just historical, again, not being an apologist, but the black communities were really doing well and starting to take on a governmental power. You saw like the things with the Black Panthers and whatnot, with not the form that it is now, but the original form where they really kept themselves very clean and respectful, did good things for their communities, were doing lawful things to try and make changes. And they flooded all of those communities with drugs, and not just any drugs. We're talking about cocaine and then heroin. How much of that brought that about? Because I don't care who you are. I have seen some of the best people on earth that you're just like, this is one of the most awesome dudes ever. About 2 lines of cocaine into that, though, that guy's gone. You know, like that you can't, those super heavy drugs like
Well,
that.
let's go ahead and add on to that they did it to the white communities too. They
Yeah.
did it to the Mexican communities too. Like it was pan racial, but because of population demographics and localized communities where things like redlining had already taken place and shit like that, it impacted a couple of different communities harder than it did the rest of them until about the 90s when the Sacklers and Oxycontin came into play.
Yeah, that's when the white people got in the game.
Then the whites got fucked too. Like there were white crackheads for 20 years and most of us just ignored them. But once they were on that fucking oxy, we all had to deal with them.
That's because if you went down to Lake Street, Steve, and you saw that white guy, you knew that fucker was crazy. Why is that white guy hanging out on Lake Street after dark? Like, and he's out of his car.
His name is Prof, and he's a hip hop icon.
Because that guy is so cracked out, even they won't fuck with him.
Yeah, I think that we have whites becoming the new blacks on the liberal side as well too. One of the case in points that I'll bring up to you is we have I think is a psyop. I'll tell you what it is right now. It's called
Pete
white
Davidson.
guilt. I don't think white guilt is a thing. I don't think it exists. I think white guilt is something that's a propaganda tool to be a psyop to actually infiltrate liberal culture to say, okay, we're siding with the blacks. When in fact, if you Google this and look this up, in 40 years, whites are going to be the minority of America. A lot of people don't really look into this stuff right now. And there's psyops on the liberal side that are seeping through all these cultures. And I'm just like, in order to fight back against this is why I do debates. This is why I push back against liberal BS and nonsense.
7 kids and 8 grandkids. They ain't taking no ground from me, motherfuckers.
Well, you're doing your job. I see that. Yeah, we need to keep doing this. Propagating society for sure.
I'm done with the having kids, but the grandkids, I still got a number of them haven't finished yet.
When you say white is the new black, do you mean like undercover gay and producing auto-tune hip hop, or like where are we going with this?
Yeah, that could be a fraction of it. No, what I'm saying is you have a lot of people who are sympathizing with black culture and giving excuses like this. I think it was a governor or senator was making excuses for this black person on the bus saying, oh, they were mentally ill. We need to be sympathetic toward. No, that's bullshit. Like, we need to throw that out. There's people that are doing this. And I think what you're doing is cosplaying as somebody who's black at the same time by saying, oh, I must have struggled too. No, you didn't. No blacks actually struggled during slavery during the time, but you want to continuously say that there should be a white guilt. This makes no sense. Name one white person that owned a slave today or has been able to intervene with slavery. This doesn't even exist, but we're having this pseudo thing perpetuate.
Which, by the way, was actually majority owned by small hats. It's just, if you go back and look at the registry, that's the way it is.
So are we talking about the cycle of white guilt creates black victimhood creates white guilt?
Well, it's a small catalyst. There's many other factors. There's overlap here, right? As we can see, one of the overlaps that we have here are people that are trying to suck up to a certain side so that way they can get in. I think that if I can, like, let's say I'm liberal Martae here, which I almost want to vomit right here, and I'm running for office and I say, you know what? I sympathize with black people. There's no crime happening here. Meanwhile, there's gunshots on my street because I want to get reelected. I think that this is bad because all we're doing is reemphasizing a sickness that we don't want to cure because it gets us back in office. And we're just vote hunting right now. We're just poaching.
Okay, so let's establish a couple of things quickly here. In my opinion, and definitely in Ben's opinion, politics and voting is something that happens way downstream from when the decisions are actually made. The Congress critters, all of the people that are involved in, surface level decision making, optical things, are just following fucking orders and they don't have anything to do with it. So we're talking about, it's a reaction to multi-leveled instances, and what's happened to Black America really from the mid 70s to now along with what's happened to white America and brown America and pretty much every other kind of America that had already been here for a fucking while in the first place, in my opinion, is deliberate destabilization in order to import a bunch of H-1B Indians and Chinese to the country so that you can meet replacement rate, because both blacks and whites aren't fucking like they used to could. And if they are, they're not breeding like they used to could. And there's a huge void in who's going to become the workforce. All of that is deliberate, and all of that is to grind away whatever element of culture we were able to cobble together within 250 years.
White people don't make good slaves. They've
Can I-
known that.
It's
They've
bad
known
though.
that since Caesar. Caesar.
Dude,
flat-
white people and black people make shitty slaves.
Sure.
We,
So
we
can I
both
pause
make
here
shitty
and
slaves.
ask a
We do.
question? Yeah. So when we're talking
We're all
culture,
fucking uppity. None of us fucking like being told what to do, especially in 2025. That shit ain't flying. Go talk to fucking Pajit about that if you want to fucking give an order that's neither of us. So what I'm suggesting is, why don't we fucking stop stabbing each other on fucking trains and try and fucking take control of the situation with what's left of the goddamn country?
so I'll offer a solution. We'll blame it on Labubu dolls. Okay, so they'll take the blame. It's the Labubu doll craze of the summer of
Oh man.
2025. It's the Demon Pazuzu dolls, where the people are just so obsessed about getting the materialism. Like the consumerism leads to the collection of stuff. So then people want more and more stuff, more sneakers, more status symbols, better cars, this type of thing. Now, if we've talked a lot about Black Lives Matter. BLM is the Bureau of Land Management. It's also the Black Lives Matter.
That's what it was. That's who I always used to fight, was
Right.
Bureau of Land Management. That
The
that
white-
used
the
to
white
be
park
actually
rangers.
like enemy number one for
Yeah,
people like me.
The white park rangers versus the black people that sit on the highways and close the bridges. Right. That's sort of the BLM thing, where it's what's the BLM? It's like confusion here. But in terms of the consumerism, where the people that are living paycheck to paycheck, shopping for groceries at the Dollar General, versus the wealthy people, the rich people. Is it a class thing? You mentioned politicians. Are the politicians in a different wealth category or a tax bracket? Is this what it breaks down to? Whereas the idea of the helter-skelter race war, color of the skin versus the different color of the skin thing doesn't really play out if it's those who have healthcare and insurance and money and wealth and access to the things they need versus the people that are now having to fight on the street for it. Is this what it is? Does it come down to late stage capitalism, where the people who have the money have all the money? Now it's end game, where people who don't already have it are not able to get anything. So now they're just scrapping for whatever heaps are thrown out for them.
Well, the problem with this is I agree with you. It is a classist system. And to tie in what he was saying is, not only is this classism, but actually you're exposing the real deal. This is the real problem right now. If we can get to anything and point a finger at anything, that's really what it is. It isn't race. But the problem with this is people are making it about race. And what's going to make this bus issue boil everything over is because this is a race thing now. So if we can have a period of peace and just recognize that this is a class system, it's us versus them and them when it comes to like the pocketbook. And then not only this, but bringing this back to like immigration coming in, this is the problem with the birth rates. When you have, I don't know if you ever heard of Dawkins' lament. He's a famous atheist. He lamented and said, I miss Christmas time. Christmas was really good. We used to have this. It's Christian adjacent. And I love this because it brings up fond memories and a culture that we have. Now that we have cultures coming in, they're warping American culture, destroying traditions. And not to mention this, but if you're replacing a rate of births that we're not having, you're also replacing traditions, destroying policies, and bringing in people that are voting like that Somali pirate that just got, he may get into office. Well, this is the problem. We may have like another 9/11 situation that happens on a small microcosm. And then not to mention this, but they're changing culture en masse. What's going to be extinct? How many cultures are we going to destroy that keep America going? And how much tradition are we just going to debase? That's the crazy part. Yeah.
And we love you, James Maiden. I'm happy to see you, brother.
You guys are in such agreement
threw up our
tonight.
first super chat of the night. Wants a live dab on air. I will. I don't normally do this, so I will show my medical license after this.
This is the medicine. I do have some pushback because you guys are so agreeable tonight. You guys are so buddy, and I think
I'm
that
looking for a reason.
pushback.
I really am. So far, we're all good.
I saw Benjamin and I was like, I guess I'm going to be the white person. He's going to be the token black person tonight. You're moving in this direction. I was like, I don't care. I didn't have that on my bingo card tonight, but I'll take it. For sure.
So I think in terms of a pushback, I might offer to say that this multiculturalism that seems to be, can I say browning, going from the whitening to the browning, but at some point I think that's just what made America great originally. America being a melting pot where you bring in all the other cultures. There's an established culture here, the indigenous people. Then you have the Mexicans moving
live, Steve.
You got north. You got the Scandinavians coming in, and the cities. When the cities became more multicultural, they became more cosmopolitan. So people wanted to move to the city because I eat a lot of fish, and I know how to prepare fish one way. But if I go to the city, they can prepare fish differently. So it's the restaurants and the consumerism
thing, Marcus.
Yes,
that's a lie. That's a book from like 1908, something like that. And the name of the book is actually literally The Melting Pot. This is once again,
I don't have that.
Where they use Hollywood in order to push something onto the country, just like I was talking about with rap earlier, where they try and change the culture through the entertainment. And so there's actually, if you look it up, the book is called The Melting Pot.
Well, I'm working.
Alan, I don't buy the melting pot theory at all. And I'm going to push back against what you were saying.
Yep.
The reason why is because we can look at an example right now in the UK as Muslims are coming in, stabbing, looting, and stealing the whole time. And basically, they've upended society so much. And even in America, we didn't have much of a melting pot. We see how good that was. Remember the Trail of Tears and things that happen? So when you have different belief systems come in, guess what's going to happen? There's going to be one that's going to be dominant. You're never going to have a cohesive environment when you have two opposing belief systems, religions. So there's always going to be one that overtakes society. Now, the problem with this is if we're allowing these Shiites, Muslims, and everybody else to come in, guess what's going to happen? A boiling pot. I've never seen this in America. So when people talk about a melting pot, yes, you could say blacks helped build America through slavery, but no much more than construction crews help with the construction company. You'll never look at a building and say blacks built that. No, it was Xylotar Construction Industries that built that. They happened to give the instructions and the blueprints to do this. They needed helpers to do this. That's the distinction. There's always a classist system that we can point to, even in the beginning, but there always has to be some division when it comes to beliefs, functions and culture and traditions. If you don't have this, you have a breakdown of society.
So is the argument then there's a ruling class that is the arbiter of right, wrong, morality, beliefs, and that is supposed to filter down through the masses and then enforced by whatever mechanisms the ruling class create in order to sustain order? Am I getting anywhere near the target area?
That's where
culture's downstream from theology. I'll say that. So
okay, but how is culture? Well, hang on. Yeah. How is culture sustained, and at what point does state enforcement become a part of that mechanism of sustaining culture?
Well, you'll always need force no matter what. And in order to sustain a culture, you need to be able to preserve this. If you leave the door cracked open for something invasive to come in, guess what happens? That's now the ruling culture. If this is almost like a bacteria or a fungus or anything else that comes in, we need to stop this out. And this may sound like authoritarian of me to say this, but it's actually quite true to some degree. If you have a Muslim culture coming in the UK right now, for example, guess what's happening right now? There's too much allowance, and what you allow is what will continue. We're seeing this happen, and it's overcorrection is what I'm referring to when this happens.
No, I mean, it's on a timeline level, it's very difficult to disagree with that. What I'm asking is,
thank you, Stella,
and thank you, Stella. What should be that enforcement mechanism? Should there be in the United States a federally mandated cultural enforcement agency that then replaces, I guess, for a current example, the function that the National Guard is currently doing, where there's 2,300 of them on the streets of DC, 1,700 dispatched to other places. We've federalized the police force, or are trying to, and now we're putting troops in the streets in order to maintain some sort of initially form of order. But should that extend to cultural, I guess, eventuation?
And before
Yeah.
you answer,
Go
thank
ahead,
you
go ahead.
very much. Before you answer, thank you very much, Stella Moon. She has become a new member. Put it up on the screen, please, Steve.
I did.
It was
Oh,
there.
did you?
Yeah.
I did.
I was
I'll do it
taking a
again
tab.
if it'll make you feel better, because you're a fucking slack ass and not paying attention. But I'll do
I was
it again.
taking care of the last super chat.
He's got a medical license. He's licensed. He is licensed.
You're slipping, man.
Thank you very much, Stella.
Beautiful.
You guys, Tony and Stella, tell me if you like those little symbols and stuff like that.
But yeah,
languages.
Marta, I mean, like, at what point do we implement a cultural enforcement battalion and send that into the streets in order to enforce the cultural standards that the country has set?
We're beginning that right now. Remember when Roe versus Wade went ahead and just subjected this to the states? I think that this is an initial push right now. So right now, currently in America, Trump is pushing for, I would say, the penalization of anybody burning the American flag. Now, while all those free speech, I would say anybody can say whatever they want as long as it's not a threat. The problem is when you're starting to destroy symbols. There's a distinction when you're tearing down Confederate statues, flags, and things like this. I think there's a big, massive difference when you're destroying symbols.
You're conflating two different issues. You're conflating destruction of public property with destruction of private property. Burning a flag is destruction of private property. Tearing down a statue is a whole different category, because that's public property, and there are varying different statutes which address those things. So let's not get them twisted, please.
Well, here's the problem, though, that you're going to run into. If we burn a certain flag that's blue and has a cross on it, guess what's going to happen? And if we take one of those pride flags and burn it, guess what's going to happen? Hold on real quick. I think I got to plug my computer and my battery's dying. Give me 1 second.
Oh, you're good, man. You're good.
So we burn
Well,
all the flags.
let's also
have
hang
a
on,
flag
and I
burning.
know he's got shit to do. Go ahead and carry on with your sidebar. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to mention American culture seems to be the 4th of July. So if American culture, you ask anybody in the world, what is American culture? They're going to say Christmas, Coca-Cola, 4th of July. Well, I think the unique thing about America is the 4th of July, which seems to be a military celebration. Is that what it has come down to? In honoring of veterans and military culture. So with the force, that's the military, right? The militarization, that's the strongest force. National Guard pushing out. So American culture is American culture.
Well,
due to
not
this melting
really,
pot.
because this is why they have to do this. Because in the 1960s, if the government tried to do many of the things that it's doing, they would run into the strongest force, because our military is actually very small. We have a very small military. We're right now we're rolling in at about 1.5 million, and
that's desk jobs too.
Yeah, and that's everybody. And you got to understand that for every one soldier,
combat troops is about 680,000. Yeah,
there's 10 soldiers. Moving paperwork, shipping shit around, fixing vehicles, doing whatever to keep that one soldier on the battlefield. This is why, supposedly Hitler lost in World War II, because the Blitzkrieg outstretched their ability to try and get supplies to the front. And so that's a key element in any military. And so they knew that there's no way that they could overtake a populace that, you look back when I was a little kid, you didn't say things sometimes in the room with the phone or the TV or anything like that. Like, those people we're a million times more paranoid of the government than what these people are today, which are like, Alexa, tell me everything. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? I mean, at my house, there is no power even at night. There's no signal, no nothing. So they can't hear shit with me. But everybody else in the world, you are all day, every day. They know where you are. There's a little GPS or whatever in your phone all day, every day. They know everything you say, everything you do. It's all monitored. That's why they had to build fucking literal like townships of land. If you've ever been to Lehi, Utah, Christy and I did it's the very first time I'd ever seen 5G. Christy and I were doing Renfest. We were vending. I make jewelry and whatnot in the winter, and we make alpaca stuff out of our alpaca hair and things like that. And then we go vend and sell them at different fairs and whatnot. And we did one in Lehi, Utah. And it was literally right across from that giant, it's just an information center where it's just, more information than you could possibly fathom being soaked in. Everything that passes through these things all goes right there, and that includes everything you've ever said. Basically, you can make a real strong case for things that you think. Like, you think about a different product, and all of a sudden that product, you think it starts appearing in your thing and feeding you back and forth and making this little relationship. So the government pushes all this shit, all of it. And the thing that if we want to change the culture, we must change the media, not the people. Policing the people is only going to piss the people off. We're a very independent, we're the most independent country in the world. We need to change the media. And the media is ran by the people in charge, which tells you this is what they want us to be. And that's the problem right here, right now. If we were those people from the 1950s and the government was pulling the shit it is, they would say, hell no. Hell no. And it would be just like when they went and said that they were going to take all the guns away, and the Boogaloo Boys came out and went, we've been waiting for you to say that. Yeah. I'm your Huckleberry.
Shout out to
step back and go, yeah, never mind. Not so much. No.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody remembers or not, but several years ago, the Boogaloo Boy that they put on the cover of Time magazine to be one of the most dangerous individuals in America happens to be a very sweet man and a very good friend of mine. Long live Magnus. He's fucking off the radar at this point. But the way that they did those fellas was so fucking wrong. So wrong, so unfair, so retarded, dude. They're just a bunch of fucking good old boys that like to provide security for other people's events. I don't know, man. I don't know. The way they did that fucking dude, especially Magnus, so fucking wrong. So wrong. I have a personal tie into this. So
I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, going back to like the burning of these flags and everything, I think that we have a subversive culture that's happening on the other side. Like, they can talk about me and my Christian blasphemy laws that I'd have if I was in office or if anybody came into Congress, but they also have their laws too. Remember during this stabby jabby, if you said the C word, you get demonetized and debanked. If you spoke about a certain country after war right now,
we don't have giant channels, bro. I have a giant channel.
So if you spoke about a certain country on this channel, you would be debanked or anything else because they're at war, because the small hats would get pissed. So they have blasphemy laws the other way. So it's like other people can't have their cake and eat it too. They can't say, well, I can't have like a nuclear family and basically say I need Christian ethics and culture. But then they fight against this with their own blasphemy laws that they have. Because if I have a YouTube channel, guess what? Boom, I wiped out. My X account gets deleted and vanquished. And it's like, this doesn't make any sense, because for everything that they say that we have bad that actually doesn't upend society, promotes nuclear families in righteous communities, They have everything else, meaning like their best arguments are, can we transition 6 years old? And if your argument is as good as this, you don't really have shit on your head. It doesn't really make sense.
Those are fake arguments inside of a fake system that is designed to make you hate your fucking neighbor instead of look at the people who are actually doing the fucking bad. And and nobody understands more than me. I was demonetized on YouTube in 2019, pre-COVID. Haven't been able to make a fucking dime on YouTube since way before that. I've had a truck burned down in my driveway.
I've just got monetized again 2 weeks ago, bro. This is the first time since 2020 that they would let us come near it. And I go on giant channels and talk.
Yeah, like this is old shit at that point and already been through it. I understand why it's frustrating now, but to a lot of us, like this is just the fucking environment that we've had to navigate for the better part of a decade. And fucking before they ever got to anybody in the Orthodox community, they made damn sure to set my truck on fire in my driveway. They made sure to make it so that I couldn't get a fucking flight. They made sure to make it so that I couldn't bank. They made sure to make it so that every one of my devices failed. And I had to replace a phone every 3 months for fucking 7 years, dude. Like these aren't new gripes. They shift with what the narrative 6th, is, and they attack who's trying to attack the narrative.
Like January 6th, that whole narrative everybody tries to peddle. Steve was sitting right fucking there. He has videos you ain't never fucking seen.
I was hanging out for it, dude. Yeah, it was a fucking shit show. Of course I'm gonna hang out for that.
You're really familiar right now. Can I show you your doppelganger right now? Hold on.
Of course, yeah. Okay. I've gotten both and guard.
Paintball is not his doppelganger right now. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah. I will. I don't care if you're a bodybuilder. I will fight you for calling me Canadian.
All right. Hey, that's fair. That's fair.
But I'm open. I'm open to the shots, bro. I am.
You know what? The Canadian thing was just an added snippet.
We can do this all day, bro. We can. I'm down to hang out.
I have a position. I have a position to defend.
Yeah.
I believe all hats matter, and everyone should have multiple hats.
Just understand, all three of us are from the Frozen North. We fight hockey style. Just know that ahead of time.
Yeah, dude, it's going up over your head, and we're throwing punches until you say no.
You need a hat for all seasons. You know, it's a cold. There's a cold weather hat. There's an extra cold weather hat. There's an extra cold weather hat, and then there's a summer hat. Just keep the sun on your eyes. Some hats are to keep you cool. Some hats are to keep you warm. And are we getting a little?
Some hats are to keep the
collar?
Sweat out of your eyes when you're bald as shit. So all the hair, you have no hair to catch your sweat, and it just goes.
Trucker hats matter.
Yeah, for sure.
All the hats matter.
Let it vent out the top with the trucker hat. That way, you do. Mm-hmm. You know, fucking that way, all the anger doesn't get internalized. You have somewhere to go. I'm all for him.
So I have to ask a question real quick. How did you guys know about me? Did you guys just see me on the debate sphere running around different channels and stuff, or what?
Yeah. I saw you on Sarah Tomatoes a few times, and we've been looking to debate some Ortho Bros. We've got a debate agreed to by Jim Bob, but he has yet to set a date. So the which is where the prompt comes in, because the Ortho Brosphere wants to go around and put claims to some fairly high morals. And a lot of the morals that they talk about, I will agree they're good, some good ones. That's why I said they're high morals. The problem is those don't come from Christianity particularly. And that's where I have a problem. That this was very much you know, we've been pretty bold about it all night and saying shit. So this was white culture before, everything north of Rome. And Rome, despite what the movies make out, Greece and Rome were not white people. The white people that you think of, the Germanic fucking pasty as shit, and this is me suntanned. I'm out in the fucking sun every day. You should see that shit underneath. I don't pull my shirt up at all because I would ruin my camera. It would blind the fucking thing. I'm my own light source under here. I
hear you, man.
It's those people, when people think of that, that's who I'm talking about. And those people, even prior to Christianity, when Tacitus, if you read Tacitus or even the ancient histories, not even us bragging about our own people, our enemies talking about us, that in Germanians, they did not interbreed with other people. They did not have sex outside of marriage. If they did, that was strongly, we don't have laws per se, but we have strong cultural disapprovals. And so, which we know, cultural disapproval has an extreme weight, which is why popular media has so much effect on which has so much effect on culture, is able to sway the public opinion so much. The way that they acted, they did not use money. There was an extreme honor. He complained that even their system of slavery wasn't something that he would have considered slavery. He said it's more like having a tenant, because slavery to a Germanic meant that somebody lived on your land and you got a portion of their 10%, mind you, of their farming or whatever they were doing, ironsmithing, whatever. You got 10% of their income until they paid off their debt and then freed themselves from slavery. And he's like, that's just like being a tenant somewhere. And that's not even slavery. What the fuck's wrong with these people?
Well,
and
we have distinctions now where you can point towards where things could be slavery. And this is the thing that I would argue is, what is slavery? So if you look at this, what's an inmate? What's an incarcerated individual? You could say, well, this person has a debt to the state and their property, just like you talked about the military. Now, if we think about this, how is this any different from a slave when we talked about the right to own slaves? Well, we would say that we don't have the right to own an inmate from the slave, because if we were to say we don't like slaves and we need to release all these slaves, no, you don't want this. You don't want that slave population to be released. So by definition, if my culture back in the day captured a tribe that was going to our children, take everything and take our wives, I would it would be mercy for me to take you and make you till the land and earn your share, and absorb you in the population like Rome did back in the day. So I think when people have these arguments over slavery, I think that we need to actually get a definition on what slavery is. I'm
just speaking about what Caesar and Tacitus wrote about.
Right.
So
okay.
They complained.
Yeah. I hear you.
This was their observations of Germanians. Okay. So I'm not putting any opinion in this whatsoever. Wasn't even making a case for something. I'm just repeating their observations of Germanic people. They were very strict, very, very honorable. They, again, did not stray outside of marriages. It was one man, one wife, and they didn't stray outside of their culture. This was all historically documented. And so when you look at the culture, the way that they lived, as opposed to in Christianity, comes from Greece. The Greeks' culture was a little different, a little bit different historically. So from the white culture, when they were trying to impose Christianity into the Northern Europeans, they had to take in a whole bunch of their cultural things, including, we all understand that the dates, the reason that suspiciously Christ's birthday is also on the solstice is because they made it that to make it acceptable. And then you guys try to look historically, there's no real documentation of when Christ was born. That had to be matched up with the Northern white culture in order to get those people to accept Christianity. Now, this is the kind of thing that Alexander the Great actually taught. It's brilliant strategy, because most poor people that aren't very religious, they don't give a fuck who they're paying their taxes to or who the Lord is. You can change it from John to Steve to whatever, as long as you don't change their days off and the percentages. Like, just don't change the way it functions, and it's cool. We don't give a fuck. So they figured that out. And so they had to turn and morph around the white culture in order to subsume it with Christianity. Now, here's where the problem comes in, is that Christianity, the core tenet, the singular core tenet of it is that you are a worthless person who are not capable of redeeming yourself and being good. That you, from the day you were born until the day you will die, that is the status. And when you die, you will go to eternal hell because of that. Nothing you can do will ever be good. Nothing. Unless you unless this dude takes on your sin and you join his team, and you take all your responsibility and you shuck it off to him. And now you're okay. He'll pay your way. He'll get you in backstage. Just say his name. You get into the backstage. No way can you earn that. And then after that, everything good that you do is because of him and his father. And everything bad that happens is because of demons and Satan. And all accountability is taken out. And then further, the only people that really count are the brothers and sisters in Christ. They are more important than your actual brothers and sisters, taking away your family heritage. So now this religion that has no accountability has been hoisted onto the very proud, very honorable white culture. And it was very insidious, because it's an easy one to accept. Just like when I was in prison, all the nastiest people become born again Christians, because in that culture and only in it do you get salvation. Only through what, it doesn't matter how horrible you were. You could have been diddling little children and killing them. It wouldn't matter, because you're just as good as me now, because you're better than me, actually, because I'm not a Christian. Where the people of Germania, let me tell you about how Odin lived. I
knew you were going to go with Odin. I was waiting for this. I was waiting for this. Go ahead.
You choose by your actions in this life where you go in the afterlife. That's Odin's world. If I want, and that's not even just Valhalla. I'm not somebody that would go to Valhalla. I did my time in the army. If I need to fight, I'll fight. If it has to happen, I'm not scared. I'm not some out of shape freaking couch dweller. I run an off-grid farm out in the mountains with cattle and everything. Like I will still outdo most kids. But it's not my world. I'm a farmer. That it would be, I would go to Folkvanger, and that's because of my actions. Valhalla specifically for shock troops. Those are the guys that die in battle, that love battle, that wake up to fight. And my cousin Tom died. He's only 2 years older than me. He died like 3 months ago. Like 4 months ago, that motherfucker was fist fighting in the bar.
Yeah.
Still doing that. Like, yeah, I'm 50. Like, look at,
I hear you.
Look how see how that all slopes off. It doesn't go here like this hand. That's because all these bones are moosh. Like that, and this dude's still doing that in his 50s. Like, I quit doing that 20 years ago. Maybe even more. I'd have to think about it. Like in my 20s, it's damn near 30 years ago. The long time.
I have a question though. So we've there was like probably like 7 points you made. Usually in like if I was to have a debate,
I was kind of busting out an opening statement. I had one written out for the occasion, but we're kind of we're fucking
we're free flowing now. We're free
flowing. So that was my best, as close to my opening statement as I could get.
All right. Well, I have a question. So, of course, while it seems unfair that only people who die in battle go to Valhalla, what about the people who die of sickness and old age? Why do they go to hell?
That hell isn't a bad place in heathen cosmology. There is a bad place. There is a bad place.
That's fair in Odinism. Do you think that's fair?
Absolutely.
So sick people. So if I get sick, even though I wasn't guilty of a crime and because of old age, I go somewhere else that isn't Valhalla.
Well, yeah, Valhalla's reserved for the fighting class. Valhalla it's not that it's not heaven. It's just that there's fucking sections of heaven that by the life that you led, you're going to enjoy. It's all an enjoy thing. The afterlife isn't, at least from what I've been able to tell in the Norse mythology, the afterlife isn't, immense brutal punishment for everyone across the board, or just fucking, faggots playing harps wherever they want to across the board. If you lived a certain life, you went to the place that would represent the life that you led. And it's not a positive or negative, it's correlative to the life you led. And maybe I'm fucking wrong about that, Ben. You know about this way better than me. Is it just what I've been able to kind of glean from, years of looking at it in conversations?
100% correct. 100% correct. And there is one that's really what you guys would consider a hell. It's not called hell. Hell is actually just a recycle. You're just going to hell. Because actually, Balder, the great shining one, who's the most beloved person on Midgard, everywhere, he goes to hell. And it's just where you go to get recycled. You're going to now go get reincarnated back up on Earth, blah, blah. You go try it. Every cycle, they come back. It's the Norse cosmology is cyclical. So there's no... And there is some debate on this in the Norse world, but Ragnarok wouldn't be an end event. It would just be, you could look at it as an end or a start. And so that's why they call it the twilight of the gods, because the gods now move on. Then now we're in the age of man instead of the age of the gods.
I hear you, but here's the thing. I also have, because of course I have questions, because there's a lot of things that I don't understand. I mean, I understand when it comes to onanism, like the surface level things, right? But there are very serious questions that I do have. It doesn't seem to provide, it doesn't seem to provide much in the way of purpose or morality. For example, Odinism holds it as important to keep oaths, but Odin and Aethar break their oath to the wolf. And when they promise the unfettered, this doesn't make any sense. So they use lies and trickery.
Please repeat the second name.
So I think it's Aesir. I think I don't know.
That's a pantheon of gods. That's not a singular person.
Right. So it's pantheon.
That's the entire Aesir, and I do agree with what you're saying right there. But go ahead.
That doesn't make any sense. Can you reconcile this for me? Because I just had a question about that.
That the Aesir is a pantheon.
No. Because my question was, because it doesn't provide much in the way of purpose or morality. Like, for example, this Odinism that we're talking about, it holds it as important to keep oaths, but Odin and the Aesir break their oath to the wolf when they actually promise the unfettered, and then sometimes they use lies and trickery to overcome their enemies. Like, there's a lot of lies and trickery that happens a lot in Norse mythology.
And in first, I'm going to clarify. I'm going to clarify this a little bit for you. So if you're my enemy, I have no honor bind to not lie to you, to be fair in any way. Your enemy's also not going to be fair or anything like that to you. That's not in our cosmology.
Though this was like to their own.
I agree. Fenrir was their friend, which is why, and you can actually find me talking about this. This is one of the big lessons that you can take from the mistakes of the gods, because our gods, nobody says that they're perfect beings. They're imperfect beings that go through trials and tribulations, and they have a much more real feel, much more identifiable, and that's one of the vast mistakes. Well, he turned his back on a friend, so there's the case to be, and they trade, and Tyr had to put his sword arm in Fenrir's mouth and lost his good arm. And so because he betrayed his friend, when Ragnarok came, Tyr, who was the spearhead, that's basically his representation. His rune is Tiwaz, literally the spearhead, the erect phallus. That is his symbol. That's literally been lopped off because of his betrayal in that, and because of that, he could not defeat Surt.
Well, this is my question. Once again, how does this help and bode well in the purpose of, like, any kind of purpose in the way of purpose and morality? How does this reconcile any of that? Like, if you were to look for purpose and morality in this and you see these examples, how do you reconcile any of that?
Because it shows you the human element of decision making,
but they're
weighing
gods,
all of you, like the much more so. Look, I'm not an Odinist. I don't prescribe to that particular religion. I don't. But from an observational standpoint, it gives you the full spectrum of human range much more viscerally than Judeo-Christianity does, in that you've got people who are part of the Godhead that also have failings, that also deal with the same emotions that humans deal with. In Christianity, we see that very rarely, and when we do see it, it's always as a supreme negative that should be suppressed or eliminated from the culture entirely, which creates a system of denying your humanity that people are still trying to reconcile currently.
What would be the supreme negative you're referring to? Can we just run this back? What are you referring to as supreme negative?
Certainly. Like, okay, well, pick a trapping of humanity that the Norse gods have dealt with and then fucked up and then got right eventually, versus a dictate from an ultimate authority that people are now required to subject themselves to despite their innate nature. It seems that a populace that was given the full spectrum of, okay, look, you can make your own decision, but we've already covered what happens when you fuck up. And we've already covered what happens when you do it right. And here's the full spectrum of positive to negative. And pick your own path, but you're all going to be accountable for it, both in this life and in the next life, is a much more supportive way of dealing with it on an observational standpoint.
Well, I haven't heard the negative yet, but here's one thing I'll say, though. When you're denying your flesh and denying yourself, I think that when you have people without structure, or you could even say these constructs of Christianity, which I believe are great tenets, I think that you have people fall prey to their passions. And when you have a society that falls prey to their passions, you then have hedonism. You have a lot of just degeneracy that runs amok, and there's no discipline. There's no suffering. I think suffering is good, but I think that when you have a culture of gods, which you say are humanity, that's kind of conflicting to me, because I think that almost
well, it's not what I said. But go ahead.
Say, well, there's gods with humanistic. I think refine this a little bit for me, because you could say that there's human nature in these gods. Well, what are you referring to when you say that?
I'm saying, well, and again, I'm not the dude speaking on the part of the religion. Maybe Ben should take this.
Gotcha. Okay.
But from my interpretation, what I'm seeing is the full spectrum of human behavior on the part of the Norse pantheon. What I see in Christianity is we have one being that is the pure ultimate being, and everyone should aspire to be like this being, but we're never going to address in our cosmology what, who, when, where, and why about why you're falling short of the glory of God. We're going to say blanketly, you were made of sin, you live in sin, sin is your nature, but you have to disavow your nature and live in a place that you can't as a human attain to. What the Norse are saying, in my opinion, again, as a layman, and please fucking correct me if I'm wrong, the Norse are saying we all inhabit these characteristics. We've set forth a system of protocols and methods of behavior and way to treat people that gently maneuver you away from the worst of your nature so that you can celebrate and uphold the best of your nature.
Well, we set a path to where you can gently move away from your nature too. I don't think there's anything that's extremely like suppressive about Christian ethics. I think that when we tell people to move away from these things, I don't think that we're having a culture where we're forcing and taking removal of free will from people. I don't think that that's something that's been instilled.
I was told that I wasn't allowed to dance when I grew up in a Pentecostal adjacent church. That dancing was of the devil, that rhythmic activity was something that would lead me to Satan. That does seem pretty like to fly in the face of what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying. I grew up in a Pentecostal church as well too.
Okay, I was Church of God. What was your church?
I had COG, same thing.
Okay, so yeah. My hometown held camp meeting, bro. I'm from Anderson, Indiana. We had all of the churches of the Church of God come to our town every year so that we could have a massive revival every year.
Music, drums.
That's the church I grew up in.
So I might step in here and say we have three Pentecostals on the panel, one Odinist who's waiting very patiently. I'd like to then take the question that was asked again and maybe rephrase it, because Martae, you asked the question about morality and purpose. So then I will ask both of you, Martae and Balderson, is the purpose of this life to become a more moral man, or is the purpose of this life to learn how to love your fellow man, to reduce your enemies, to make more loving connections with other people? Is the purpose of this life to not have any enemies at all, like to before you leave this place, to apologize to everybody, forgive everybody, make good with everybody, and have no enemies?
So,
and is that tied to morality? And
I'll say this: you can't avoid not having enemies, because as long as there's a good, there's going to be an evil. If you have a dark, there's going to be light. So you're going to have a contrast. And the reason why we have evil, and if you never had this, you would never have any glory. So this is the thing that we have as far as like constructs and ideals that we have. So as far as Christian ethics, I think that it is good to become more Christ-like, although I will agree with Benjamin. It's almost like Mission Impossible has been presented to us. It's like a standard that's almost impossible to fulfill or maintain, but that's the beauty of this. We're fighting our human nature, and if you look at human nature, this is the question that I didn't get answered when I asked Steve, like, what is the bad? What is the negative that I'm talking about? And I think that if he talked about these negatives, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think that if I could revert this to my understanding and say the negatives, these would be like our own personal desires and things that go lean towards selfishness, robbing our man of certain attributes and things like this. I think society, we see this right now in Israel and right now in America. So we're fighting this. So when you talk about enemies and we don't want to create enemies, it's inevitable. We're going to create enemies because as long as we're fighting for good, what's going to be the opposition? There will always be this. It'll constantly exist. So I think martyrdom is one thing we could see in our saints. in our spiritual fathers that we have martyrs, people that didn't have a dollar value or any amount. They weren't materialist at all. They were willing to die for a greater good in pursuing something that's beyond them. They were willing to lay their life down for their man, things like this. So we have this in Christendom, but I do want to hear Benjamin's take on this.
Yeah. So where the bad's gonna come in is that nothing you do is gonna matter except for accepting Christ, which is as unaccountable as anything I could imagine. It doesn't matter how much I tell people I could, in my heart of hearts, of every bit of me, love Odin and be on Team Odin. And if I am a piece of shit person, guess where I'm going? I'm going to the bad place where you're torn apart by wolves for fucking until the next cycle. Like that's it's not going to be fun. It doesn't matter what it matters how I act in this life. And it's that unaccountability that leads us to this very unaccountable society we live in now, where nobody has any account for any of the actions. In heathen cosmology, in Odinist cosmology, even the gods are not free from the subject of their actions. If they make fucked up actions, fucked up results are going to come. Odin's very specific in the Havamal about, if you do this, like, despite how Hollywood portrays Germanics, they actually did not drink in excess, because Odin teaches, if you, and this is one of the most prevalent things throughout the entire Havamal, that if you drink too much, you will get yourself in trouble. You'll lose your head. It's all going to be bad. I did this once. And then I ended up being the captive of a giant, and there's an entire saga behind it. And it all starts because Odin went and got drunk and left himself vulnerable. And so the idea is whatever your actions are here are going to carry you into whatever place you get taken to in the afterlife. There's numerous, a pantheon of places to go if you're a decent person, a pantheon of them, because it's going to suit you. I'm a farmer. Where do you think I'm going to go? Where the farmers go? Because farmers are very much needed for any society. If you're going to be a fighter, there's a place for the fighters. There's one choice for the people that are the fucking oath breakers, the friend killers, the things like that. And as you pointed out, Tyr, because he was the biggest betrayer, because he was Fenrir's friend, his best friend, he lost his sword arm, and because of that, the fall of the gods was doomed, because this head of the spear was cut off.
Well, which would be a morality tale in every other religion, by the way.
Right. But here's the thing, though. When you talk about accountability, we have plenty of this. And when you talk about you're not responsible for your decisions, yes, you're very responsible for everything that happens to you. But the thing that Christianity, well, when you talk about Christ,
it's not glory to God. God didn't do the good things.
Well, here's the thing, though, that I'm going to say is we have repentance. So I think a lot of times we tell people, like, no, you can't do certain things, and things are usually black and white. No, it's not that simple. That's why we have like spiritual fathers that you could talk to. We have like 2,000 years of church history where we could refer to, like, an apostolic succession, which I don't think that Odinism really has.
1800,
right.
2,000, 1,800 years.
Well, I would say too, because we're talking about Ethiopian history too, so you have to add all that. So here's the thing that I would say:
we Orthodox claim Ethiopian, by the way.
What's that?
The Orthodox are claiming Ethiopian tradition for Christianity.
Well, I'm just gonna.
I don't usually hear that argument. I'm open to accepting it. I really am. I am. It's just
I'll clear this up.
A new.
And by the way, Odin's been around longer.
But regardless, no, that's a new thing for me. It is. So please, let me hear about it.
Well, first of all, let me I have to actually, for me to be honest here with you guys. I'm a catechumen. I'm not like, so when you talk about Orthodox Christians, I'm operating underneath a handicap. And when I say this, Alan, I need you also to listen to this. When I'm operating underneath the handicap, I can't really do like an exegesis of scripture and then do a deep dive on Orthodox history but here's the thing though, I don't think I was really transparent about this because I was at school and I was being messaged. I never also turned out debates too. That may be a vice of mine, right? So let me be forthcoming. So I can't do like an exegesis completely because what's going to happen is that if I have a slight fumble or at least something that's a little off, the ortho bros will come for me and I will get talked to, pulled to the side.
Us, ortho bros, come for us, you chicken shit little bitches.
But here's the thing though.
The liberal agenda is Christian unaccountability. Fight me.
We do have accountability in Christianity, but here's the thing though.
Yeah? What gets you to heaven? What gets you to heaven, bro?
What gets me to heaven is my heart, and not only this, but my spirit.
What's your heart got to do?
Repentant, being a repentant person. Yes.
What's your heart got to do? One thing. What is it?
I have to give my life to Christ. I have to submit to Christ.
There it is. Doesn't matter how big of a piece of shit you are. That one thing is your key. Guess what?
It's not easy though.
In my people, you can't be a piece of shit.
Here's the problem.
And go to good places for it.
Here's the problem that you're going to run into when you have something that's very, I would say, when you don't have a pathway for anybody to change. What good would redemption be? What good would any baptism be on your end if you have that? It's like if I was a really bad person,
redemption.
There's no opportunity for change on that end. That doesn't really make any sense.
You think I haven't done shitty things in the overall calculation of my life? That's why every one of them has like the whole your heart in a feather on the scale. Because if you've lived a decent life, you know you're a decent person. It's not that I haven't done fucked up shit. I've lied, I've betrayed, done things against my friends. And let me tell you what, it wasn't cool for me anytime. That's why people always say I'm strict as shit. Like it's like living with a drill sergeant, because I learned real quick never to make those mistakes again because it haunted me. And because of that, I act as a good, very honorable person. And because of me making that choice, because I could make a different choice. I could have kept doing those other things, and I didn't. We all go through that, and even the gods make mistakes. But if you continue to be that shitty person, that's where you're going to pay the penalty. Not if you go and say, "Oh, but I love Odin." Odin's going to be like, "Get off
like that, though." It doesn't work like that. You can't just up and say, "I turn my life over to Christ." No, this has to be.
If I was a homicidal,
that's not fair though, because according to every
and then a week before I died, I gave my life to Christ, and I truly felt it in my heart.
Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. The only exception we have is the thief on the cross. He's the only exception I can ever name. So it's very hard. So it doesn't really
happen, bro.
It doesn't really work like that though. It doesn't really, but it just
every church it works like that though.
Everyone,
that's the problem.
You're talking about denominations after a schism. People made up their own stuff and cherry picked. You're talking about this. Like I could talk about the red pill community, but which one? That's the problem.
Okay, let me ask you a very direct, very specific.
The same problem you're running into. It's the same problem.
What's the duration you have to be a Christian?
Hang on. Let me just. I'm a little high.
We hear Steve
I'll
clearly.
That.
Alderson a little closer to Mike.
You're sure you're not Wayne's World being a little high? This is crazy. Go ahead.
But like a little bit. This is how I talk. Are you shaming me?
I'm high shaming you. Is that what I'm doing? No, I'm not just shy.
No,
I don't even know what that is.
A little high. I could get way higher. I could. I promise. I'm just, I'm at a like tiny little working buzz right now, but I'm trying to get my head around the fact that the promise of Christianity, the way that my pastor grandfather taught me, was that you could have deathbed confessionals. and redemptions. And the way that I always posed it to him was, so you're telling me that you can go on a rampage of sin for years or decades, and at the precise moment that you know you're going to die, you're going to be like, never mind, I love God. And he was like, well, that's what the book says. And so if it's what the book says, then yeah, that's kind of how it's going to be. And I was like, that's weird. I don't.
That would be sola scriptura. What you're talking about is just going by the book. So if you think about this, which came first, Christianity or the Bible? Christianity came first, right? Right. The Bible was later on.
Came first,
church tradition, everything else. Right. So when you talk about
that's probably a separate debate. We'll focus on
it is. But right now, if you are on a deathbed and you're waiting and you're just going to
I'm not going to get into Constantine, Marcus. You don't get to put bumpers up.
If you're using this as a life raft, it's like a call, like, you know how you use a lifeline in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? If you're using this and say, I always have this, I could just do this. I can't say
you're putting a preconceived bias that he doesn't actually believe it in his heart. I said if he in his heart,
well, I can't presume
the
this.
things he did, takes Jesus into his heart, becomes a true born again Christian, dies a week later, does he go to the good place?
Well, here's where I think
that's not for us to decide, though. We can't. We don't even know this.
See what I'm saying? If the dude was that dude until a week before he fucking died in Onism, I know where he's going.
Well, the person that's making this decision, he doesn't even know if he's going to go to heaven. So we can't determine that. We don't know his heart. We don't know how
the Orthodox can make
none of us do this
affirmative judgments about every aspect of every life from birth up until death. But the point at which the Orthodox stop making predeterminative judgments is
what do you mean by predeterminative judgments?
Well, what I keep hearing from my friends in the Orthodox community, which I agree with, by the way, is that we're allowed to judge. And it's always the rebuttal to, well, the Bible says, judge not lest ye be. No, we're supposed to judge. That's how we make a logical determination of your
do you understand
your aspect, all of that. So you can make all of those judgments up until the point of death. And then at the point of death, you're like, I don't know.
We're talking about a translation error. So when people talk about judgments, we can think about this. So if we think about the logos, which is like just logic, if we logically think about these translations, if you have a circle, like let's say me, Ben, Alan, and Steve, we're in a circle, right? And then there was something from Black Culture.
There's four of us. We're in a square.
Right. Four of us in a square. We're coming. Well, I mean, what if we were like this with our hands, right? We can make a circle, right?
Listen, Martae. I've been in prayer circles. I've never been in prayer squares, but I like to try it sometime. I'm open to the idea.
This guy. I'm going to keep it with the circle. But like I was saying, what if we were in this circle and we prevented riffraff from coming in? Sure. Like, let's say this guy touched kids, and not only that, not only was he not repentant, but he said, "I'm going to do this again." How are we bad from not making a judgment from saying you can't come in and infiltrate our circles unless you change your ways or show us a good pattern? I think not only does this logically make sense, but what you're comparing this to is the judgment of saying where we're going in the afterlife, where we're going to go, where our soul's going to go. That's a different form of judgment. So if we think about these distinctions, we need to make a distinction in error. So if you're going to be on the deathbed and you're going to say, well, I'm just going to use this as a lifeline, we can't make that determination. The Orthodox can't make this determination. I don't think anybody can. This is like a
I tell you what, a person lives their life a piece of shit, and a week before they die, they go, I love Odin. Odin's gonna fucking wipe his boot with that dude. It's never gonna go well.
Yeah, but here's the other side of this. How often do you think the distinction happens where somebody's about to die and they say, "Well, I just turned my life over to God," because now they're in prison. They threw their whole life away. Do you honestly think that most cases people are just saying, "Oh, I got a free pass, get out of jail free card"? It doesn't really work like this, man.
I know asking us to make a determination that only the divine would be able to make, though. Like that's.
Have you
that's
been to
kind of
prison?
a-
And have you been in a
It's not
foxhole?
for us to make. We don't make that determination at all. None of us make that determination. But
You'd
you're
be shocked
asserting that we
how
do.
men's hearts change right when they're getting ready to die.
Yeah, but you're talking about different denominations, people just having their own thoughts and theories. But to
Is
me,
it
I think that these are
denomination
different
specific.
branches.
Like if I'm a shitty Orthodox Christian, but I'm a really good Protestant, does then like how does that like I mean how does that factor in? I don't know. I might be asking dumb
What does that
questions.
mean,
I'm not
though?
trying to be a dick. I'm
Well,
really
I
not. I'm
think in
just
practical terms, it means can I be a
Be
member of the
murdered.
Baptist church? Can I be a card-carrying Lutheran? And can I be a catechumen at the same time? So I have all my major Christian denominations covered, just in case one gets me to heaven faster. There's a
You
fast
can't.
path to
No, you
heaven.
can't. We can't do this
Okay,
because
so
what you're doing is you're.
fast track lane.
Yeah, we can't do this. So the problem with this is like, let's say, I don't know if you're familiar with Calvinism.
Oh,
How do
yeah.
you think Calvinism would mesh well with any other form of Christianity?
Marcus is.
Predeterminism doesn't mesh well. Like this would the LDS think they're Christians. So it's like if you're talking about Christian, it's like remember the movie Civil War? Which American are you? So we can think about this in terms of Christianity. And if you think about Christians, it's like, yeah, this isn't going to mesh well because the ideology is going to be different.
And
Or
you
sure.
gotta
My
understand that by
grandmother-
the nature, you guys gotta understand when you guys are like, yeah, but there was a schism. By the nature of a schism, that meant that you both came from the same time period and you just disagreed about some shit, right? You have no more claim to authenticity through duration than they do. They're exactly as old as you are by the
If we
very
were
virtue of the schism.
If we have an unchanging standard and we didn't go away from this, it's like if we look at the
You
Catholic
don't have an unchanging standard. You've had an ever developing standard.
no, we haven't. It hasn't changed. We haven't changed church tradition.
Absolutely, it has. You have different teachers and saints that you each choose, and you're like, yeah, I like this one. Oh, I don't like this teaching. There's absolutely disagreements. There's entire books that are nothing but you guys as church higher ups having basically legalese arguments about things.
Well, that's because we can have conversation and discourse. But here's the thing, though: if you go to any
it's ever
church,
changing.
but no, we're not ever changing. If you go to any church, like I'll give you an example. If you let me finish,
like your church at the true inception, where it was considered a government thing. Told you I'm going to bring Constantine in it, motherfucker. At the inception of your church was called to by the Roman emperor who made that church happen. And there was already massive disagreements during that exact meeting, including where there was enough people that they even excommunicated and kicked them out of the countries, people that didn't come to the agreement on the ones that ended. And those ones are exactly as old and as valid.
Can we do this one point at a time? Because I know you're bringing up 3 different points. At least let me address one at a time, right? I mean, I would bombard my opponents in debates doing this, and that would be an easy W for me if I did this. But I'd like to have a little bit more good faith here. So let's bring it back to like the churches here in America. If you go to any, I would say any parish, you go to one, you go to another, and it's
Gallup.
One person. Well, one person that goes to a church, a spiritual father, he would agree with this church. He would agree with the Greek Orthodox Church. He would agree with this Orthodox Church. It's all the same and it's unchanging. So when I talk about this standard, even today we could see this. It's an unchanging standard. What you're talking about is something else we can get to later on. But right now, there is no unchanging standard. We could trace this back through apostolic succession and it goes right on up. That's what I'm referring to.
They make the exact same claim, and they are correct because there was a schism, and they come from the exact same time. They were just a disagreement, and there was disagreements even when the church was put together as a church by Constantine. At that time, it was Arian, which is really funny because all the the
church wasn't put together by Constantine.
Yes,
it was put together by the disciples. And so here, what is the church?
Constantine even had to have a guy threatened to be locked in prison because he wouldn't show up. He forced that on his dime, and then went to the actual council himself.
What is the church to you? What do you when you say the church? What do you mean?
when the church was made an official thing. Before that, Christianity was a whole bunch of small cults that practiced it in quite very different ways. And
Right,
it had different books. And that's why that council was called, in order to canonize your religion. That was forced by Constantine, because the Christians amongst their different tribes or cults were fighting so vigorously in his empire that he said, I do not want this anymore. We're going to canonize this. He forced a bunch of your deacons, or whatever the fuck they're called, to come together in this council, including threatening to jail some of them because they refused to go. At the council, they canonized the first couple books, and a lot of you guys will disagree about that, but they started the canonization process, because what is it, Ether? That's it's a girl's name that was canonized at the Council of Nicaea, even though that's not part of the traditional Bible. It's considered canonical.
This is part of the answer to the question.
I had a question, though. You were like blowing right past it. Can you answer my question, though? Can you tell me what is the church to you?
Hold on. There's the ATV going by. Sorry. I live out in the mountains.
I hear you. So when I asked you what the church, what does that definitionally mean to you? What are you referring to when you say the church?
The thing it's when there was a canonization of Christendom. That's the Council of Nicaea.
What does that mean, though? What does that mean?
That means that the different tribes of Christianity, with their different various practices and whatnot, were all forced to sit into a room and be made into one thing. Now, since that one thing, that's why it's called a schism, because that from that point until the schism point, there was one church. That's what Constantine wanted.
But I want to hear what this is. Like, you're telling me what happened. I need to hear what a church is to you. That's what I'm still not getting an answer.
The Church of Christ, or whatever it was, whatever you would call the original entity.
But when you're saying that is, what is that? That's what I'm still trying to get at from you. Alan, you understand what I'm saying, right? I just want that.
Are you asking in terms of what is a church? Is it a building? Is it a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Is it
There was an agreement of customs and books. It wasn't at the first council, it wasn't the complete canonization process, but that was the beginning of the canonization process, where they started picking which books that they were going to either take out or keep in, which customs they were going to take out and keep in, until it became one unified thing.
So then,
specifically what.
So the church is a process of legalese to you. Is that what you're saying? It's a legalese and processes. That's what the church is to you.
No, the church would be when there was a canonization, fucking cauterization of disparate cultures, because that's the thing that did not happen in my culture.
So the church is.
So this is why it never became a unified force like that, because it was never cauterized into a unified thing. And so each side has its pluses and minuses. The fact that you have a Council of Nicaea means that you have canon books, and so you can say things like, oh, well, the Book of Enoch's nonsense, that's why they threw it out. Shit like that.
I'm still harping on this, but so the church, hold on, I'm trying to figure it out what your definition is. So is the church canonization to you? Because I'm really trying to know at this point what definitionally a church is to you.
It's what the Christian church, when it became one unified church, there was a canonization. Before that, it was just disparate tribes.
So a church is a canonization. A church is a process to you. That's what this is.
It's unified. It's a unified belief system that's bigger than a tribal system.
So the church is a unified belief system. That's what that is to you. That's your definition of what a church is.
It's a unified belief system, yes, of customs, beliefs.
So
and it's bigger than a tribe.
So this
you guys are bigger. You guys took over a fairly vast area, and so you were trying to incorporate a bunch of very disparate groups into one group. At the time of the first council, I believe that Arian was the big thing that they were trying to get rid of. Whether
that's not what a church is. Alan, I'll talk to Alan so that way you can see the example I'm going to refer to you. So Alan, when it says where there are one or two of you gathered, is that not definitionally what a church is to you, from your understanding as well?
So from what you just said, it sounds like you're talking about more of a spiritual system, a fellowship, a gathering of the people. I hear Balderston talking about the unification of a belief system into a formalization of documents. I think that in many instances of asking the question, what is a church? The complete definition will include that it is all of the history, it is all of the documents, it is all of the apostolic succession, it is all the beliefs, it is all of the history. That's all under church.
I mean, you understand when you say that you understand that you're absolutely then a polygamist, or not a polygamist.
Far from that.
Yeah, sorry, wrong term. Wrong term.
This is another debate, man. This is some other debate.
Sorry, my bad. No, a polytheist.
Yeah, polytheism is the belief that many gods exist. It's recognizing many gods. A polytheist recognizing that there are other gods. So in the definition of church,
that's part of what got done in the canonization, is that polytheism got taken out of it. You understand that, right?
Is that a satisfied?
So if everybody that before canonization, if every one of those tribes was believing Christianity, because you understand in the canonization process, there was give and take between all these different belief systems that all became into one Christendom.
That wasn't canonization, though.
And so that was absolutely was. They had votes on things and said, we're going to do this way. We're going to believe this way.
So what we did was we wanted to find out, because during that time there was forgeries that happened. There are other things that happened, right? So you want to figure out like how to translate something, what the translation is, what you believe in. I think that when you come together, like let's say you had Odinism come together and there was this treachery and there was lies. Well, a lie could be a truth to somebody else, and they came together and they had to decide which one was the truth, and can a lie actually be a truth? If somebody came together and stabbed Fenris in the back, they could say, well, no, that could be a truth. How is that not a lie? If two people come together for a council, that's not different belief systems as far as different religions and sects coming together. That's one belief system. They're just figuring out like what is the truth. We're talking about semantics here, and that's all that was. That's what I'm referring to.
The Arian controversy, whether Christ is even actually of the Godhead in any way, shape, or form. There was all kinds of different viewing. Like I said,
we reduced foundational doctrine of the church to that was semantics. Because I thought that a lot of that is where the foundational doctrine of the church stemmed forward, and what people to this day still uphold as an ultimate truth. But we've reduced that to that was some old people in the desert talking about semantics.
Let me ask the question directly. Is it called the Word of God, and do Christians follow the Word of God, and are what semantics, logic, words, logos, all of this in a book, in a document? So you have the Bible. Is this what you?
All that is extremely important. Yes.
So bring that up.
The Bible wasn't even a thing until the councils. There was a whole bunch of different stories that were done. The
Bible was a thing. We had illiterate people during the time of the apostles, and the reason what we had was word of mouth, which was a tradition. This was how things were passed down. And we had but the problem with your end, when we talk about Odinism, sagas were romanticized. It's been proven. I actually wrote a book called The Female Warrior Fallacy, where we go into Celtic origin, Viking origins, as far as like the lore and sagas. A lot of this wasn't even really true that happened during the time. So a lot of these sagas were kind of like heartfelt stories to comfort people during times of, I would say, times of turmoil, times of stress, things like this. So a lot of sagas weren't even true. We can do a deep dive on this too, but that's the thing, though. If we go back in church history,
have you read the Old Testament?
But that's the thing, though. If we go back to the Old
Testament,
Well, the thing that we can talk about the Sherrod Shroud. It almost debunks a lot of other shit. I can't even replicate.
Don't even try that. That is fucking laughable, bro. Just so you know, Marcus and I are serious occultists, and we've been and I'm like the biggest conspiracy shows, like with fucking like Freeman Fly, who had millions of viewers. I've been on their shows. Just so you understand, you're in the deep end of the pool with that one. You really shouldn't take us there.
Yeah,
fucking hilarious.
It'll go back.
The debate of the literature qualities of written tradition from the oral tradition to the written tradition, writing things down. I think that's a separate debate. Well, let's just kind of table that and move to the next point. Did you have another point then you wanted to address from Balderson, Martae?
So as far as this, I think that we haven't really reconciled like the morality thing, like where you derive morality from. If we talked about this, like I haven't gotten that. So as far as like, we could talk about stabbing people in the back and everything. You've justified this. And I think the amount of justification.
No, that's just with your enemies, which isn't really in their back.
And it's like, well,
does God do nasty things to his enemies?
What do you define?
Okay? Was the Crusades okay? Was every Christian killing
let
okay?
Him finish, Ben. Come on, let him make the point.
So that's the thing, though, is like I can understand, like maybe some people don't do debates, and I totally get it. It feels like a really rusty system that I'm really working with right now. I'm usually used to doing formal debates. And I appreciate you, Alan, for trying to moderate as best as you can. I trust me.
We're trying to reconcile the
Gratitude
free-flowing sort of Tuesday night, and also
You would be shocked how
people
hard
have
it
a
is to pick a fight, my friend. We were happy you came on. Do not take
Tuesday
my
night
enthusiasm as lack of appreciation.
Tuesday nights are not
We are rusty.
strictly
Nobody will fight.
academic
Ortho bros are
debates.
chicken shits.
Well, it's not that nobody won't fight. It's just that when I do get into fights, people aren't really, and I'm not doubting anybody's competency level here, but there's a lot of things that happen. Like you would say, well, you gish gallop. No, you actually gish gallop when it comes to this. Like you'll run on like 6 different points, and I can't remember all 6 of them, but I'm forced to remember one to address it. Like that's kind of like a tough thing to do. For instance, like usually the moderator would come in and be like, hold on, and I'll say, hold on, can we stop right there and address this one point? That's typically what would happen. But the reason why I say rusty is like I'm allowing this to happen because I'm kind of more relaxed than I am in usual debates. I'll stop somebody. So think about how much grace a Christian has on you right now during this whole period. And how kind and benevolent of me to be so gracious right now and just allow you to have the freedom to do what you got to do.
We have 3 Pentecostals to 1 Odinist. We're all giving massive amounts of grace here. I don't know why you would need to carry yours as a banner.
Well, the reason why I have to point these out is because there's a huge distinction between when I have debates. And if I was anybody else and I wasn't this benevolent person that I proclaim myself to be, I wouldn't point it out. I just go ham like I usually do and start checking and just start stopping like I usually do. But I'm not going to do that. That's what I'm saying. I would this is me calling myself out. This is like, that's what I'm doing. Like, you want me to do this.
It may not seem like it, but I think there are listeners and they're very engaged right now. And there's probably a lot of chat. And we've been real ignorant of what is even the conversation. We've been so focused on the 4 of us in our prayer square tonight to figure out, what is a church? What is a church?
Not to make excuses for my lack of decorum. Although in that thing, you are definitely playing coy, pretending like you don't understand what I'm saying. Because the fact is before the canonization process, that means that you would have to be a pagan because other people ranked Jesus with other things and they were equally Christian. If you're saying before the canonization process, the tribes that believed vastly different things were all also just Christian. Well, then, okay. Well, then you're polytheists.
Can we at least reconcile the church traditions and unchanged standard that we have? Because we haven't even, like, we're literally moving.
Which is the Council of Nicaea, which is where I'm coming from.
Right.
The canonization.
Yeah, but hold on, though. Even if there was a canonization that we had, can you tell me how there was a change down through like this the councils, right? We had to have councils to put together, because the Orthodox Church did put together the Bible. Can you tell me where this change was after all this? Because
every time you had a schism, every time you've changed vast numbers of times. That's why you guys have these really the Orthodox Church does bet had it is of all the Christian denominations has the most
but that's not us.
Biggest history of debates when they're trying to figure out how to proceed with a thing. There's changes.
That's not us though.
Do I know what exact little minute changes you make in your church and in your different like you can guarantee that between then and now there's different things like different customs of penance and
there isn't
things like that are absolutely different.
What you're going to do is you're going to
telling me that are you telling me they're still taking it and burying people inside of new structures in the wall to consecrate new structures and shit like that? Is that what you're telling me? That they're still doing that shit?
Can we address one point at a time? So when we go to an unchanging standard, can you point to me where it has changed? And I'm not talking about, because what you're doing is you're pointing to other denominations that aren't me. For an example, can you point to mine and say where the change happened?
I'm trying not to hold you to just your thing. I'm just fighting Christianity in general because you said you're not qualified to fight in your thing, which I get. I'm not like trying to make fun of you for that or nothing like that. So I'm just it's not trying to hold you to your thing and just talking about Christianity in general, and understand that every time since the original canonization, that every time that there's been a schism, that both parties have equal claim to the heritage.
So we look at the Protestants as the first people that, the Catholics as the first Protestants because they turned their back. Now, while they could say that we turn their back,
they also have an apostolic succession and all that, right?
If we looked at an unchanging standard as far as what we believe, the reason why I'm saying we and I'm being really ambiguous is because we all know what I'm talking about. My form of Christianity that I'm walking towards. If we look at this as like this thing that I'm looking at, where is the change from the apostolic succession all the way down to the Americas? Right now, is there any change that you see that you've seen in the last 1,000 years, 500 years?
Were you both alive for the last 1,000 years to see these changes with your own eyes?
I can honestly say I wasn't alive. Right. But we have an apostolic succession of spiritual fathers who laid hands on other fathers that we could say this, and it's been documented as well too. There's been no change in tradition. There's been no change of structure.
And the Catholics can say the exact same thing. And do
right, correct. They can because it's like kind of a change.
Their heritage goes the exact same duration because there's a schisms 2 from 1. So 2 from 1 means that you were one thing at one point in time. You became 2 things at the exact same time. So at that schism, you both have the same claim to the heritage. When their guys are saying no, you guys are wrong, and you're saying they're wrong. I don't really have to pick a side. I'm not a fucking Christian.
That's a loaded statement when you say both of us have the same claim. I can't assume that they have more claim than I do, or they can't even say the same thing about us, because that's like a pastoral claim that I can't even make. And that's like the same claim of saying, well, I could be saved as long as I say I love Christ on my deathbed. Like, we don't know this. There's like mysteries that we have in our religion that we don't even know. So for me to say that would be extreme hubris for me to say that we like, I have
you agree though that they have the exact same legitimacy of duration. You both became a different thing at the exact same time. Before there was Catholics and Orthodox, there was one church, and then you schismed and became 2. You were one thing, and now you were 2, so you were exactly the same age.
So I have a question here. We've been on this kind of this journey for a bit, right? And although I've enjoyed this, I do have to ask a question. If we had a debate prompt, what would that prompt say?
The prompt would basically was supposed to be mostly the effects of either Germanic Odinism versus Christianity on society?
I would say that a lot of what we have is the cultures downstream of theology from what we have. And you could tell this by how our laws are constructed, what we say in our verbiage, and how we word these laws. When we say under God, which God are we talking about? We're not talking about Odin or any of the other things. So it's like right now we see evidence of this. So if you think about the God on the and I'm being very simplistic when I say these things right now, because I have to be in mind you, Alan, and everybody else, I have to be very pragmatic in this. I can't do like an exegesis and all that. Once again, I just want to say that. But when you think about God in American culture, if I was to stop anybody in the American street, or even you, do you think society means Odin when we say God?
Not at this point. Most people don't. You understand that was from the Red Scare, right?
Do you think that most people who don't
it said before the
hang
Red
on?
Scare.
Do you think that most people who don't live in the West think of Judeo-Christian God when you say God? Do you think most people in Asia think of the Judeo? This is all by virtue of locality.
Well,
Judeo-Christian your argument.
Judeo-Christian isn't a thing. It's either Christian or
okay. If it's Orthodox Christian, whatever
Let's have
you
one
want to call
debate
it,
at a time, one point in this debate at a time.
In the West is heavily Christian, yes, but the vast majority of the planet is not. There are more Muslims, and I'm not happy about this. I'll put that on the fucking record right now. I'm not happy about it, but there are vastly more Muslims. There are more Shintos in Japan than there are Christian. The first time I left the country, I went to Japan with my Christian missionary grandparents to go to a Christian church and hang out there. Like but we were the minority, because that's not the part of the country where this particular religion dominated. So what your argument is based on locality. It's not based on numbers.
So, okay, are you making what argument are you making? So I would say globally, predominantly, it is Christianity with over 2.3 million followers. We are the majority.
Islam by a lot, bro.
We go look on Google right now. We are the majority.
Worldwide?
Worldwide, yes.
No,
over the world.
No, 2.5 billion fucking Muslims.
Look globally. I would implore one of you guys to look at Google right now. Look at who's the predominant majority as far as religion.
Well, and who is the authority on determining what the numbers are correct? You brought up the idea of forgeries and documents and arguing over these things. We don't know. This isn't an argument about population.
They're saying there's 2.3 billion Christians now and 2 billion 2 billion Muslims is what they're saying. Holy fuck! Yeah. The areas that they're claiming are entirely Christian. That's wild. That's wild. They're like taking large portions of Africa.
I have way too many friends in the military that would.
That's hilarious.
I have way too many friends that are currently working with fucking AFRICOM.
Well, that's an appeal to like anecdotes.
Look at this. I think that they're mistaking Buddhist for fucking Christian because by the coloring of the map, it should be Buddhist.
Can you prove? Well, here's the thing. You guys are making claims, and I'd like you guys to prove this. If you were to say, hey, I have friends that say this, well, that doesn't really prove anything when I've given you something that's more like, how is mine not more objective
that's a bar and wall thing, bro. It's just a bar and wall thing for us.
Let's return to the prompt again. Balderson stated what he thought the prompt was. Marty, what is your understanding?
Yeah, I'm just scalping Kid Timony. You know what, Martae? We had Andrew Wilson agreed to fight with us and do this months like ago. A year and a fucking half ago or some shit. Yeah. And then kept blowing it off and then made this weird big old to do about it and blew it off and was like, oh, it's because you're nobody, blah blah, and acted like a dumb shit. And Jay Dyer, who is friends with Steve and goes on Steve's show all the time, he chicken shit out and and he chicken shitted out and fucking then made like this weird blow up with Steve about some dumb meme, and it was fucking hilarious. And Jim Bob agreed, and I actually have a personal history with Jim Bob. And
can I say something? I'll say this as a person who did accept this. Here's
we
the
appreciate that. Thank you.
Here's the thing.
I'm not excusing myself, but I'm explaining. I'm a little excitable, and I'm rusty.
I'm excited.
I apologize.
Yeah,
but here's the thing.
Are curious. Yes.
But let me say this though. I will say this. Like, if Andrew Wilson is a monster, he's like a literal nuke. He's one of my best friends. If he came here and stomped, if Jay Dyer came here and stomped, I'm just a catechumen. And if there's no headway being made on your side, and I'm basically proving stats, like saying there's more Christians, there's no morality argument.
That's the only thing that you've done. Your morality system's blown.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's preference, though. All you're giving me is preference. When I ask you if there's thievery and lying on your end between gods, how do you reconcile this? You haven't been able to reconcile this. Your reconciliation was saying, well, they're more human. And I'm like, well, that didn't just...
that was me as a layman. Ben didn't address that.
And I'm just
a your people. But guess what? Our people, if you keep doing it, we pay penalties. If your people keep doing it and then go, I'm on Team Jesus now and believe it in my heart, whoop, you're going to the good place.
And
which thing is unaccountability? The person that doesn't
actually conceded that
pay for their mistakes.
So I conceded that and said, we don't even know. So if I say we don't know, you're beholden to your own question.
That's really the debate right there. And when I say that's the debate right there, when I say that leads to lack of accountability, because you don't have to account for yourself. I do.
No. So here's the thing, though. That's not the debate. And I told you this. I can concede and say that we don't even know that you'll be saved. Nobody knows. How is that?
I'm not going to be saved by nothing. I earned what I got.
But that makes my argument. If I say we don't even know, tell me if the cost is high and we don't even know, it's like you're more accountable.
What's the key to going to heaven? What is the key to going to heaven? One thing.
Redemption, salvation. This is
How do you find that? How do you find that? Not by through works, by one thing. What is it?
Through Christ.
There you go. I have to do it through work.
But that's not even the argument. That's not the debate.
It is. Why do you think our society is this unaccountable society?
But do you understand? Do you understand that for somebody to seek salvation, this is the point. I'm going to reemphasize this. We don't even know. Like, let's say I was the most saved person on earth and I did everything correctly. Nobody else, even I, wouldn't know if I'm going to heaven or not. You realize that? That's the argument I'm making. We don't even know. But you're making an assertion of saying we do know. All we got to do is do this and it's guaranteed. I'm saying it's not guaranteed. That's what I'm saying.
Are you saying there isn't a pre-prescribed list of behaviors, nay, commandments that you have to adhere to, that if you don't adhere to them, unless you show significant repentance and you do the proper penance, you're like this is what Ben said. I'm this shit, dude. I really am. I'm definitely not an Odinist. I am definitely not an Orthodox Christian. I am an observational comic at this point.
I see.
Fucking, has a couple of brain cells to rub together and grew up in a very specific religious tradition that, I have a fundamental working knowledge of. What we're talking about, though, broadly speaking, is the defensibility of, okay, you can do whatever the fuck you want up until a point and then go, yeah,
no, we don't believe that.
And
that's
that
not what we
seems
believe.
to be for the religion, not for the individual. As an individual, you may disagree, and I would uphold your right to disagree. But broadly speaking, textually, it seems to be the case that you can lead a life of rampant sin, find a little bit of faith along the way, and that's your golden ticket. You can shake your head no, but where does it
work
say
like
that
that.
that's not the case?
Doesn't work like that. When you say you can live however you want to,
Describe how it doesn't work like that and give me textual background for where it doesn't work like that.
I can give you a very pragmatic, simple solution. And not only this, will I
Give me
answer
doctrine that backs that up.
So I don't even need a doc. I can have a logical entailment to back this up. Let's say that you're a child and I'm a parent, and I tell
We're
you,
not talking about that. That's a totally different thing. Let's talk
giving you a
about my thing.
hypothetical.
Let's do that, please, and then we'll
this
talk
is going
about
to be
your thing.
relational to this. This is going to be relational. If I give you a hypothetical, can you at least hear this out? In a parable? I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If you're a child and I'm a parent, and I tell you these are the rules of the house. Let's say that I tell you these rules, but as a matter of fact, let me rewind this. Let's say you're a child and I don't give you any rules. The parent's not available. You don't know what to do. You're just running on your own, right? Are you at fault for anything? Do you know what you're doing is wrong? You probably wouldn't know, right? Let's say one day I put the hammer down and said, these are the rules. There's 10 rules that you're going to have, right? This is really relational to what I'm talking about. And as a parent, I say, hey, listen, if you do this, you're going to be grounded for a week. If you do that, that's what's going to happen. These are the punishments that are going to happen. Your life is going to be miserable. Maybe I'm not going to punish you, but you're going to be punished with tummy aches if you eat all the sweets out of the fridge. And here's the thing, though. Before this, you didn't even know what we're going to do because you're just living in rampant. I say objective, following your passions, right? You're just doing.
What you're saying is you failed as a parent up until that day.
No,
you never met a single obligation
the point.
as a significant force in that child's life.
No, that's
the
not what I'm
moment that you decided to lay the hammer down. That's what you're telling me.
No, what I'm saying though is if a person doesn't know, and then one day they know, because this is your point that you're making. One day
using the example of a child. So if you're using the example of a child, you would have to, by your religion, you would have to default to the parents as the arbiters of right and wrong for that situation. So you're telling me that good parents or parents in general could never prescribe any sort of moral behaviors, right and wrong, to their kid, but at the moment that somebody else who isn't the parent does that, then they should
the parent
away from all fucking doctrine and go ahead and listen to a perfect stranger, because all theology
is responsible. Right? If you have a nuclear family, you're going to have a mother and father. This also represents the church in a marriage, right? Would you say this? So if the child knows after this day, these are the rules, he can't. He's then held to account for all this because you know better. It's actually worse for you if you know
who
right.
Was responsible for the child up to that point? Was it not the parents?
Of course, it's the parent. I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about actual parents.
Then we're talking about a couple of jumbled fucking things, because you're making an argument in the case of the
how
child,
is the hypothetical of the parents and the children relational to the point that Marty is making?
I tried to get to this, but I was interrupted several times.
I'm just trying to figure it out, man.
Yeah.
Right, but you have to let me finish, though. I'll land my plane really quick here. So here's the thing, though. Like, I'm a Christian. Let's say I was just out there in the world, just doing whatever, right? And I one day find out that Christ is the way, and I find out, oh gosh, I can't be doing this, and I can't be doing, and I know better, right? As the child knows better, you know what not to do now. You are reinforced with structure, boundaries, and you have discipline now that you can adhere to. You know the results of not following rules. Your parents are going to discipline you. This is going to happen. If I don't follow this, now I can't say, well, I lived the life and I can do whatever I want. That's your argument. You're saying, well, we can do whatever we want as long as we pray and repent. No, it doesn't work like this. Just like this child, as soon as you find out that Christ is the way, this is the way through salvation, this
Martae,
isn't thing to do whatever you want.
As a catechism, have you gotten to the point where you discover if orthodoxy, is it evangelical, is it missionary focus, is it focus on the culture outside of itself, or is orthodoxy a private club behind closed doors in a church building? Meaning, as a student in the studies of Orthodox Christianity, is it your responsibility to be responsible for your soul and your soul alone? or at some point when you become a member, when you've been baptized, you've gone through the catechism and you're accepted as a full member of the Orthodox Church, does it then become your responsibility for the souls around you and your immediate family, and then the schools and the immediate neighborhood, locality? We talked about locality. Are you directly influencing your local community, whether or not they are also Orthodox Christian?
We are, and I'll tell you how. So it's twofold. This knife cuts both ways. So I am personally responsible for the salvation of my own soul. I can't put this responsibility on anybody else. To you, it should make sense, right? Now, the second part that where you're talking to that I'm gonna address. Let's say that we're in the middle of a debate, and I have somebody that believes in hedonism, right? Steve believes that I should be able to bang whoever I want.
I'm going to run the hedonism with a D or heathenism with a TH?
D with a D.
Hedonism.
Hedonism.
Okay.
He's a hedonist, and he goes to islands and he bangs all these women, and he believes that he should be able to do this because why? Freedom of choice, free will, right?
It's
and I'm talking to him.
Your life than I ever want to lead, but yes.
And I debunk this. I tell him, you complain about hoes while creating problems of hoes at the same time. How can you then ask for a solution when you're creating a problem? And then somehow I've destroyed this logically in his mind. He no longer believes this, and I create a void. When I create this void, what can then fill this void? So for me, that's how I can do this. So we do play a part in bringing people to the faith, but it's not through like evangelism.
That's what you're saying.
It's through creating voids.
Ecumenical spackle. You just
fill not ecumenical spackle, because I can use I would say atheist, not an atheist argument.
Your analogy. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to run with it.
Well, but here's the thing though. I can then use other arguments that aren't Christian to destroy your worldview, which is like, by the way, Christian is like, if we talk about God, the logos. So I can use a secular argument to destroy yours because without Christ, everything inverts and crumbles by itself. If I use a secular argument to destroy yours and show you why it's logically wrong and a fallacy, that creates a void. And then what can create this void? Possibly Christ. So I look at it like this. So I don't go there to evangelize, to sell you, knock on the door like a Jehovah's Witness and say, have you found Christ today? That's not what I want to do, because in my experience, you put up walls. When you tell people you need to go to Christ, you need to do this. And I'm like, that's really that you're actually pushing people away when you do this more often than not. But if
in the New Testament, the Great Commission says that the church's mission is to go into all the world and preach the gospel to every living creature, so that everybody on earth has heard the gospel message. Are you, as a catechumen, moving towards a full membership? Is that going to be your creed and your purpose in life? You asked about purpose later. What is the purpose of you becoming a full-blown member of the Orthodox Church, and is it to fulfill the Great Commission?
So for me, becoming a body of the church and me going into the Orthodox faith and becoming one with the body, you're talking about my life being on display. And mind you, I'm a public figure. I'm a pro athlete, all this other stuff we could talk about. My life is a demonstration to bring other people to the faith. Matter of fact,
I'm talking about your gay stuff.
Well, no, we're not talking about that.
Around with other dudes flexing and shit. Just fucking with you, dude. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Well, here's the thing, though.
I joke. I kid.
Right, but Benjamin, I'm going to use that for an example. Let's say that I had some accusations brought up against me, and all this is false and fallacious, by the way, and I never attacked the people that attacked me. So for me to never attack my persecutors in a sling back with personal attacks and accusations, for me, that's evangelizing to some degree by saying, oh, God, he never attacked somebody. He didn't do this. He's showing me a better way to do this. While they're attacking me, they're actually looking worse. For me to do this, by example, I'm doing this. I don't have to go say, hey, convert to Christ and do all this. They already know I'm a Christian. They know I'm not attacking somebody, and they're seeing a better example. We already know we have few examples of this. So by proxy, I'm doing this already. So I see the commission being done already by that.
Yeah, I got nothing to do with that. The one I did catch, believe me, bro, I wouldn't jump in on that bullshit. Fucking the one I did catch, this is actually funny enough why Jim Bob and I have history, because we were both friends with Owen Benjamin.
Oh, man, this is ugly.
Yeah. Well, the thing is I didn't know who Owen Benjamin was, bro. I literally live off grid. I've never seen his movies or his shows. I had no idea who the dude was. And he saw a video of me because I raise cattle and alpacas and I get birds and shit like that. And obviously too many cats. But he saw a video of me hand shearing alpaca, and he asked a mutual friend of ours, because I go on like other bigger shows. I'm a bigger speaker in like the alternative world. And so I go on these bigger shows and talk, and he heard me talking, and he saw videos of me doing this, and he wanted to talk to me about homesteading. So that was my introduction to Owen Benjamin, was him and I talking about farm stuff, literally texting back and forth, not even on social media.
I can confirm this, having hung out in the house for a number of those conversations.
Steve and I are
about fucking farm shit.
Yeah, so I didn't know I didn't know anything else about the dude or anything. And then then he starts getting really crazy, and he goes through these cycles where he goes nuts and starts just attacking people wildly, like he is right now with Andrew, which I don't like Andrew Wilson particularly. I think he's a sissy, but I would never do the things that Owen's doing, like attacking his wife. I understand Rachel's a bit of a public figure, so some people would use that as an excuse, except for Owen's done this to every single person's wife except for mine. And so there was a couple of younger guys. The bear community is very cultish, and there was a schism in their thing. And Owen started attacking a bunch of these younger guys. And the thing is some of his more ardent supporters will do things like call CPS and do things that are real, the type. And Owen was, he would go and he was saying things like calling them PDF files. And like, so one person that I was friends with, he said that they had like dirty pictures with the kids on the internet. And then he switched it to, they were in diapers. And then it switched to, and they were suggestive, and then it turned into something else. And what the picture actually was them at a sports bar. Everybody's fully dressed, and he's like, "Yeah, but there was alcohol in the background," and it was really gross. And he kept attacking these dudes. He was also attacking Jim Bob and attacking Woodshop Bear, and he was saying the same thing about all three of them and calling them meth heads and all this other nonsense. And so I made a video because I was friends with Owen. And I called him out, and I was like, what the fuck kind of man talks about people's families and their kids and tries to get people and gets people riled up, so they're calling social services and shit. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you, you Hollywood punk? And so that's where Owen and I split and quit being friends. And that's why Jim Bob and I have a history, because I don't put up with that kind of shit. It's like, that's not the kind of stuff men do.
Right. I hear you. So this is what I'll say. As far as him being a sissy, I don't have any evidence of that. I think that he's a good man.
Olive Jar has the evidence of that. You are an exception.
I will say this though.
I have some personal evidence to that.
I'll say this
that I know a bunch of successful comedians, and sorry, I don't.
Sure.
I hear what you're saying, but this is what I'll say. I'll say this though. I will die for that man because he's my brother. Not only this, and I'm not just saying this because he's Andrew Wilson. He like, let's say he never had status. He's my brother, and I die defending his life no matter what. And this isn't me like coming at you guys or anything like that. But as far as him being a sissy or all the other stuff, I'm like, well, no, I haven't seen evidence of this, and I don't want to see any evidence of that, because when it comes to this is like you guys' stuff. I'm out of this. And the Owen Benjamin stuff, like, that's also not my battle unless they attack him directly. And if they're going to attack his family, they're attacking me because I look at him as a brother. So, I mean, just like you, Ben, if somebody attacks your best friend and that's your brother, you defend them too, right? Oh, yeah. I think that we have an unwritten rule amongst men that we should always back our boys' play no matter what, and it's like we hold each other accountable by the responsibility we have to, like, the morals we have, right? And not to mention this, but
here's what you do: you back your boys' play publicly, but you address that shit privately.
Yeah,
of course. Nobody is talking to Andrew Wilson privately in a manner in which he would be able to learn and grow. Andrew Wilson has been in the exact same fucking place for the entire 6 years that I've been acquainted with him. He's not grown a shred. In fact, he's
When you
been
say acquainted with him, what do you mean?
virulently opposed to even pretending to hear what anyone else says because he's rigid and righteous in where he stands. And that's
He's
where a lot
not-
of
he's
people rally around him.
He's not that rigid.
I'm not even look, all
He's
I'm
he's
doing is
more kind than you give him
all I'm
credit for.
doing is
He's
describing
really
the
kind of
fucking
man, actually.
landscape. I am not casting at you. I'm not fucking casting stones. I'm just describing the landscape. Okay.
Well, when you say he hasn't changed, what are you talking about? We're referring to like no change.
Well, we've got thousands of hours of him putting forth the exact same positions. This is what is very, very admirable to me about the Orthodox community. Very rigid and very foundational in the rhetoric. The
You guys have
rhetoric has existed for 2,000 years. The rhetoric is unchanging. The rhetoric is constant. That makes the Orthodox community very efficient in the way that they communicate. That is admirable to me. I find that to be a very fucking attractive quality. I do. Where the rubber meets the road, there is no we're going to put this into practice. The practice is, from what I've observed, I've got mine, fuck you, peasant. And
Where do you-
that's,
well,
that
where are you seeing
seems
this?
to
Give
be
me an
the
example.
pervasive mentality. Push back in a second, let me finish. The
Yeah, go ahead.
pervasive mentality for at least the online Orthodox community is, I did this thing. Yes, my dad helped me. Yes, my grandfather helped me. Yes, my mother-in-law's father helped me. Yes, all of these people, but I did it all on my own, and fuck you. No, my property's not in my name. It's in my mom's name. No, my property's not in my name. It's in my fucking grandfather's name. But
Muslims
I did
can
it
say
all on my own. And that
Like,
seems just
Jewish people can say this. Muslims people can say this. That's not
Sure.
exclusive, mutually exclusive to Orthodox or anybody else. That doesn't really.
No.
Just
But
compare
we're
yourself to
talking
small
about
hats.
it's okay to fucking shift away from it. But what we're talking about right now is the Orthodox community. So if
Yeah,
you
but what
address
you're
the
saying applies
community
to
that
all
you're trying to
communities,
be
though.
in or you're a part of, that would be beneficial.
So I haven't yet heard where the rubber meets the road. You gave like a broad generalization that applies to every culture, every person, or can apply to anybody. This
Okay,
isn't
well, I
mutually
gave you
exclusive to
specific
Orthodox.
examples within the Orthodox community, but that's, I guess, neither here nor
There
there.
wasn't a specific. It was
I
general.
did
Andrew
hear-
Wilson, yes,
I-
that was the
I
example.
did hear Steve.
I'll give you
explain his
a
answer.
specific example. If your forearm is basically the same size as your wrist and looks doughy, would you call that a sissy?
I mean, if you're gonna make assertions like that, would be anybody.
Hey, bodybuilder, tell me you wouldn't call him a sissy bodybuilder, man.
Okay,
You
start
don't
the
lie
case,
to me like that.
I
So
mean,
the
it's
gay
nobody
fan-
on
No.
camera, so you can be
Oh.
frank.
But here's the
But-
thing. Here's the problem. You're talking about a firearms instructor. Does he really need forearm muscles?
As a man, you do.
That
As a
sounds
man,
like
you
hope.
can't open up a what?
That
You can't
sounds
open
like
up a
hope.
jar
Guys,
for
enter
his
the
wife.
chat.
All right, guys. Thank you for your input. Let the
How you even
moderator
supposed to
speak.
get a morning
Here we go.
blowjob if you
Here we
can't
go.
open up the pickle jar?
We've explored specific instances of public figures. I don't need to repeat their names. They're in the transcript. Run the tape, play it back. Public figures in the Orthodox community, public figures just online in the debate community. I know that Martae has a long story of his faith and his testimony and his being in the public figure and having some things on the permanent record that
Are
maybe
you
used
gonna
to embarrass him.
time arguing with the orthos?
Well, each individual man stands for themselves. They represent themselves. Other people are not here to defend themselves or the size of their arm or how many bench presses they can do or who can win in a
That's
thumb fight.
true. That's fair.
So,
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
within this prayer square, the four of us here, individually speaking on our own behalf for our own experiences, we can now talk about, public figures and manhood
Oh, the fucking
and
prayer
and-
square again.
and the red pill, right? So we have this idea of what is a man. There's an idea of a biblical Christian marriage, how to treat women, this type of thing. And it might be that this is another debate for another time. But while we have you here, you have some experience in the so-called red pill community, men dating advice and this type of thing. You did mention Orthodox bros, and then you also mentioned the passport bros, the idea that men travel to other countries and it's sort of sex tourism. Women also do the same thing, and they post their pictures on Instagram and they love to travel.
It's not as prevalent with women, though. It's really bad with women, because if you have a woman who's westernized and she goes back to Europe or somewhere else where people are more traditional, they're not putting up with this. But here's the problem with the not ortho or whatever, but I'm talking about passport bros.
Yeah,
this is the problem with the passport bros. I'm not bought into it, and here's why. It's going to make really good sense to you. So if you go outside the United States because you want to find somebody traditional and you bring her back, what's going to propagandize her again? American culture. That's the problem you're going to run into. So you need something that's firm, fair, and consistent. That's why religion's a good thing to turn to. Christ, even Benjamin has something better than what we have westernized compared to feminism is the biggest shit test that we have in America going on right now, and everybody on this panel knows that. So when we talk about the going out of the States and bringing somebody back, you don't think they're going to be brainwashed with this westernized culture of you go girl and snapping their fingers and do this? That's what's going to happen. So it's like the problem is that these people want to go outside the United States and get a wife, but when they bring her back, they can't avoid American culture. They have to be the man that this woman admires, looks up to, and is traditional and conservative, or preserving some kind of values that she admires in a man. To me, I think that's extremely important.
Is manhood inherently conservative?
I agree, but it seems like we've shifted the conversation very far away from where we were. But yeah, I totally agree with that.
I interrupt you.
Ben has a very good,
we have a super chat to address.
Ben has a very good story about this, but at the same time, I get it. I swore off white bitches a long time ago because white bitches are fucking nonsense as far as that goes. And I don't know. Dude, I don't know how to fucking.
I'm pushing back against that.
I don't know how to fucking deal with it. I don't, dude. I don't. Dude,
they're the best and the worst.
Yeah,
thank you, Bronco. Holy shit, man! $100 super chat. Thanks, guys. Took me a while. Better late than never. I tell you what, this has been a wild conversation. Absolutely worth rewinding, brother.
Yes. We appreciate you, Bronco. Thank you very, very much.
Wow.
Go ahead and give yourself a pat on the back. And if you're so inclined, go ahead and tap your bottom a little bit, because that's a good game, buddy.
Yeah, a little spanking for being a good boy. Enjoy that. That's good.
We will make a special little clip video to play for you next week that we did not have ready, not expecting that. Wow, thank you very much, brother. And yeah, Steve, he was much more liberal when I first met Steve. Not entirely liberal. He's definitely wasn't a libtard. Steve's always been middle ground, but he was more rock anarchist after he got free of the liberal. We're in California, it's even the least liberal girl in California is still a raging libtard for the most part.
Unless they came here illegally from Mexico, and then
why is
that? Go ahead and get you one of those.
We're picking on white women. There's no white women here.
I'm not going to
take the white woman.
I'm going to defend white women. I'm going to protect and defend my white women. And when I say mine, I'm talking about the selection bias that I have, because I'm not going with Shaniqua. That's a bad option. You guys can have Shaniqua.
There's no Shaniqua.
Well, what I will say,
I'm not taking Shaniqua, bro.
What I will say, and this is part of where I do have critiques, because it seems like the ortho bro movement seems to be a lot of gamer boy incels. And the thing is if you should be out in the field working, not just, oh, I went camping once a month or something. I live out in the fucking forest and throw bales and push bulls and cows around. Like, get out of here. That's why I don't have to go to a gym. Like, that you can't feed somebody from a field that you're not in and that you haven't grown in. And the thing about it is,
like 3 different arguments you just said right now.
I would agree that the white women, like my wife cried now she had other events going on, personal ones, but she cried the first time Trump got elected. Like, she was very liberal.
My nephew died that day.
And I wasn't going to share that, but she thought the world was ending. Ow, you little sucker. The world was ending because of Trump. And now she's much more level-headed about things. But you have to be a very strong man in order to bring that out in women. The women are very much like cats. Like, if you've ever watched like wild cats breed, the female cat puts out the scent, and then the male, and she attracts the male, and then when the male bites the hook, she immediately fights him, and he's got to be strong enough to lead to be dominant enough to pass on those genes, or else she don't even want them. And so you've got a bunch of super weak fish ass men, and of course the women aren't going to change for that. And so you've got to put at least half that accountability on the men, that these men are so fucking weak, like, and especially like with the things like, oh, well, let's build a house and a home together. No, as a man, you own the home, and then you bring her into it, and she brings the heart into the home. You have to have the home to bring her to. These guys don't want to go out and become men and then go get you little shit. I got this cat just attacking the hell out of me.
Well, there's a bigger problem, but I'll let you land your plane. Go ahead.
And if you guys don't have that, the leaders in that community, Jay Dyer is about as fairy as they get, and I know his history, and it's ugly. There's no morals to be had right there. And most of the guys are incels. This is
but he's not here to defend himself, so we can't really go.
He was invited, and he can come anytime he wants. If he wants
to come, but if he's invited, I wouldn't. He's still not here though, so I would say that.
It's part of the
I wouldn't normally do it except for he bitched out. Otherwise, I never said a word. And it was actually quite a while after, and it was a year and something before I decided I was done with Andrew's shit.
Well, as far as somebody who had the balls, guts, and courage to show up, I'm not going to.
You are him.
Here. I'm just saying
him, sir.
If I have the balls and guts and courage to show up, I'm also going to acknowledge that if he can't show up and he's not defending himself, let's say I wouldn't even show up and defend myself. I don't want to be talked about in rooms that I can't defend myself because I like to show up. But here's the thing, though. We can't get anything solved if we're going to talk about people who aren't here, because I can't defend people because I don't know their mind, what they're thinking, what they're doing, the scandals between you and them. But I will say this, though. One of the things that does need to be fixed is reproduction rights for men. If we could fix this, and we could fix the courts and fix the laws so that way marriage is more fair and not weaponized against men, I believe that we bought into a system that's screwing men. Matter of fact, this whole transformer thing that we're having is banning guns. I think that's not going to be a solution. Here's how we have the solution. If we can give custody rights back to men, if we can.
Not insane though, bro. How do you get a bunch of second amendments to go against gun rights? You're like, you guys, you can't do that, right? You can't go against anybody's.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We solve that problem by giving custody, equal rights to men. If we can do this, you're not going to have boys raised not knowing which sex they are. We eliminate this. If we can keep the father in the home, change laws and do this, that's one way to do this to where we don't have to take gun rights away from anybody. By the way, I believe that we should have mental health checks. Like, you should be able to pass it. If you have a psych issue in your past and you're taking psych meds, you shouldn't have a gun. I do believe in that. I believe that you should we shouldn't have people who have issues and mental health issues with weapons charges, things like this. They shouldn't have a gun. So I do believe that we should have some restrictions, but I just gave you something that's going to fix it. The solution is by preserving nuclear families, giving fathers custody rights, and making things more balanced so it's not weaponized against the system. This solves that problem. It completely.
I don't disagree, and I would add in to take away no fault divorces.
Yeah,
that needs to be a dead thing.
If a woman wakes up and you breathe wrong, she should not be able to dead everything. I'm totally against no fault divorces. Right.
Women go through shit, and they will do rash things when they go through shit. They get very rash, and then all the years that you weren't supposed to talk about when a woman's on her period, how very much that they act one way during the time that they're on their period, or usually it's right before it and then a little bit into it and then it tapers off. And you're not supposed to talk about that. That's bullshit. It's just fucking taking out facts.
Well, you see an incongruence. There's an incongruence that happens. If you think about this about women, and it's very insulting. Matter of fact, I had a woman tell me I'm insulting her when I say this, when I talk about facts. So women, are they the same on their menstrual cycle as they are the rest of the month? You'll say mostly they're changed, right? Are they the same when they're pregnant? Their moods and everything probably different, right? Well, what about menopause? Oh, shit. There's like 3 different occurrences that they have in their life where they're up and down. Women, I don't know if you know this, but women initiate wars whenever they're in leadership roles 28% more than men do. This is very concerning. So this is a fact you guys can also look up too. So I think that men have to be the rock. That's an unchanging standard, not to talk about our previous conversation, but we have to be an unchanging standard in our home. And the superpower that men are lacking is the ability to say no. If you can't say no, we are creating simps by nature.
But you need to be strong enough to get them to submit to you. Why would they want to submit to a weak man? Why would you want to submit to a weak man? You understand the position that they're putting themselves in. My wife, I'm a heathen. We live like this. That's my wife also put herself into that position. She doesn't make any money. Well, she has her creams and stuff that she makes at, on the side or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? Like she makes all the food from scratch. We have a giant garden. She's been spending the last fucking week making spaghetti sauce because we'll have enough spaghetti and pizza sauce for the whole fucking year and then some, and other things, peppers, processing all that. That's what my wife does. And so, but she doesn't go out and take care of the cows. She doesn't go out and throw the hay. She doesn't shovel the shit. She doesn't fix the trucks. She doesn't get the water system going. She doesn't keep the electricity on. She doesn't do any of the man things. And if you're not acting like a man, somebody that she can feel comfortable with submitting to and making herself where she's unsafe and relying on you for her safety.
You mean safe? Yeah.
Yes. So, well, before that, she had up a shield. And she's only going to let down that shield in your home if you give her reason to. You need to be a strong enough man to where she feels like she doesn't need to be the man anymore. She can be the loving wife who doesn't have a manly side because she doesn't need it.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. This creates another construct that we also need to avoid in what we should stray away from, too. I just want to bring this up to where if a woman tells you that you need to make her feel safe and you need to be a certain man in order for her to be feminine, all she's doing is telling you that she has conditional femininity. I would warn you guys to say that any woman that says, I'm not going to be feminine until the right man. Think about this. If I, as a guy, say that I'm wearing high heels on Saturday and I'm not going to be masculine until the right woman shows up, it sounds really stupid, right? Well, women have this rhetoric and they'll say, well, I can't be feminine and I can't be traditional unless you, well, this actually makes her.
Are you going to support and provide for and live in your home anybody but the right woman?
Well, it goes both ways. This knife has to cut both ways. Both ways.
It does. Unless you're the dude that can provide for her, bring her into your home and make her safe and feel loved. Why should she be feminine for you? Which the same applies. Why should you move her? If you move a broad into your home that's not going to be your wife, you're a fucking idiot.
But do you understand how reductive this is when I only hold one side to account? We have to hold both sides to account.
I think that's what he's saying.
I can't say I'm the only one that has to hold a standard. I want somebody who's traditional, just like I'm traditional. We both have to be accountable no matter what.
What he's saying.
No, hold on. He's not bringing up her portion. He's not bringing up how she has to be a good mother. She has to have all these. None of that was brought up. All this is like she's following suit.
Hang on. From his religious perspective, it is implied. It demonstrates ignorance on your part to not understand.
Well,
the
I'm traditional Germanic, where it's
right. How am I supposed to know this?
You were showing up to talk to a dude that's his foundational
right,
belief,
but how am I supposed to know this the entailment unless you explain?
No, you knew the ortho bro talking points to rebut it, but you didn't try to understand it.
Well, if he's bringing up surface talking points like I am, how am I any wrong than he is?
I did explain my relationship, brother.
Yeah,
I did explain my relationship that I have a very traditional wife. I've got 7 kids.
Yeah, but
my wife's a stay-at-home mom. We're not moms anymore.
But here's the problem. If you say I'm traditional and you ask 5 different guys, you're going to get 5 different answers. If you ask somebody what masculinity is,
I say that she makes all my food from scratch and processes it out the garden and the whole night.
Hang on.
Right, but do you think everybody else in 2025 understands the same lingo you do?
What's your universal definition for masculinity?
There you go. Now we can get to. Now we can have definitions.
What is your universal definition for that?
I did ask that 30 minutes ago.
Sorry,
Mark. Is manhood traditionally traditionally conservative? What is this topic we're talking about? Other questions in chat are asking, okay, guys, you're big, you're strong men. What are you doing to show this and demonstrate and be very patient with the young people who are just afraid to even make eye contact? They're so intimidated by Martae and Balderson's and muscles, and you guys are intimidating men. How are you showing your softness and your approachability and leading the young men into femininity? Right?
He's going to cosmetics. I'm going to go to something more virtuous, like conserving. It's in the name. So if you're going to conserve and preserve something, it's actually in the name. It's baked in that. So if I'm a masculine man, what am I going to conserve? Virtue, truth, righteousness, and a consistent being. So if I'm consistent, this isn't muscles. Masculinity isn't muscles. It's not a beard or any of this stuff. Masculinity is your consistency, your loyalty, the truth that you hold that's consistent. Women are going to feel safe if you're firm, fair, and consistent in your truth, what this is, not a beard, because I know so many pussies that have beards. Like, let's be real.
I was making a joke, and he asked how you make it softer, and I was saying the beard makes it softer.
Okay.
Soft.
How does that hang on? How does that equate with the current definition of conservatism?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's in the word conserve, right?
To conserve and preserve the virtue, the truth, the righteousness of specifically Orthodox Church.
Here real quick.
Go ahead, Steve.
Let me put it out here. I think the state is an illegitimate entity that only exists through theft, extortion, and violence, and repeated offenses of theft, extortion, and violence.
This is a different argument, by the way.
But couch conservatism into your worldview where you're just describing what it means to be like a fairly decent fucking dude.
What's couch conservatism? Can you give me?
You said this is conservatism. You said that.
Yeah, but I didn't put a label on it. Can you tell me what couch conservatism is?
Conservatism to the trade.
He's saying, how do you fit it into there when he's saying couch? He's saying, how do you fit conservatism?
Yeah, what does that mean? Couch conservatism.
He's saying, how does that fit into that definition?
This is what a conservative is, and I want you to make it make sense to me that conservative equals being a decent fucking dude.
So if you think about things, how do we warp culture? By letting a lot of Muslims come in, change traditions.
That's
change
totally
values
not
we
what
have.
I'm talking about. Let's the definition of
Reframe
conservative
this for
in
me.
your mind, equate that to, in general, being a decent fucking human being.
Right, but I'm giving you a
And make it
hypothetical
make
to demonstrate.
sense to, I guess, a political party or a political ideology when this ideology exists
Well, we're not talking about
across
parties,
the
though.
fucking planet, regardless of what you call the party.
You're talking about parties. I'm talking about being conservative. They can be two different things.
Okay,
Explain that, then. How are they
so
different?
You're talking
make
about
it make sense in a
non-political
fucking
conservative?
modern day political context.
Are you like interchanging
Yeah,
traditional?
but now you're
Because
doing
you're doing a
politics.
bunch of fucking jumbling here. That
No, you're moving to
doesn't-
politics. We were talking about
the-
masculinity. This is you're the one that's moving to politics. We're talking about masculinity as far
Okay,
as conserving
you said
masculinity.
you're the one who said conservative, so
Yes,
make it line up
conservative.
with that
I
in
said
the,
conservative.
in the
Liberal,
sense
always.
that it's generally accepted by every fucking human being on the planet. Make it make sense in that context.
If I was eating at a buffet, would somebody say I'm being conservative if I limit what's on my plate?
Make it make sense in the context that you said it, because you said it in a very
In the context of
prescriptive
virtue,
political
truth, and
context.
righteousness.
Conservative only exists
Alan
in a
said it.
couple of countries. And it
Alan
only
said it.
exists in a couple of Western countries, and it has a very, very, very fucking limited definition by most accounts. So make it make sense within the context that you said it, instead of trying to jump around to a bunch of other shit. Please.
I have to, in
He
order
did
for
say
me to
virtue,
demonstrate
truth, and
this.
righteousness and conservatism.
Assume
Well,
we're all
he's actually
smart.
He's
Assume
actually
we're all not fucking retards.
Now, Steve-
and just talk
Steve
to us
said-
like you would talk to us on your level.
So
Please.
Steve explains the state as being, theft and violence through the use of force. So the state legitimizes itself through its own use of force. The idea of a conservative umbrella, there's the idea of nationalism and authoritism. So we're talking about manhood and leadership at its in society and culture. We see leadership and manhood and masculinity through what we would call patriarchy and male leadership and president.
Yeah,
We have
'cause
a
where
male
I
president,
stand,
this type of thing. So how does
Conservative
this
is
go to a
being
local
a
level?
fucking cuck, and you're a statist fucking cuck, and all you're going to do is lap the balls and take the fucking cum in your throat of the state whenever it's most convenient to you. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but I can separate the state from so we initially had a debate about masculinity. What is that? And me being conservative with masculinity, I wasn't talking about politics at all. I wasn't making reference to this, but you made a leap towards political agendas.
I made a logical connection towards
political parties. I wasn't doing that. Yeah, that wasn't my argument. That's not what I was saying. So I can clarify this for you. So what I mean definitionally is like in the word definition, what does it mean to conserve something? So actually, Alan nailed it. He said conserving values, traditions, functions, and duties, things like this. If we can conserve this, this is also adjacent to preserving something. If you can preserve this, this means that you're holding some frame, right? If we don't hold on to these traditions, we lose this. This is how we have transformer communities and everything, because they're not conserving masculinity. All of this is being outsourced. They're literally conceding to women when we do this. And mental health is degrading as a process of this. You get what I'm saying, Alan, right?
Yes,
I do,
I'm hearing you.
and I understand what you're saying, but make that make sense in an argument that isn't an argument.
Steve, are you
to
referencing?
tradition?
Are you referencing the
Specific,
idea of
like
submission
that
to government?
particular fallacy? Make it no longer
What is
the
the fallacy,
argument
though?
to tradition fallacy, the argumentum ad antiquatum. Make it opposite of that. Make it make sense on a
Steve
level.
went Latin with it and shit. Even take that, motherfucker.
Say it one more time,
Steve
Steve.
getting
The
spicy over
conservatism.
I
here.
am way smarter than I look, motherfucker. I am.
You know
way
I know
smarter.
this. You
So
know I
again,
know this.
The fallacy, the appeal to the tradition. So the
How
tradition.
is
I
that?
just
being
made
Can you
three-
explain how that's a fallacy?
Well, you
Steve is
just
I mean,
said
I'm a
that's the way
civilized
it's
man.
supposed to be. That's the way we're doing it. That is, by
I can-
definition, argumentum ad antiquatum.
I can tell you how it's not. So a tradition by definition is an experiment that has been proven
I
successful.
understand the Andrew Wilson definition of it.
Right.
Argue against the fallacy.
Can you tell me how it's a fallacy?
If you're
Conservatism as
only
tradition.
pointing to tradition as that's the way we've done it, then that's
No.
an argument to
That's only a
tradition,
small,
which
that's
is
only a
the
small
fallacy.
fragment. So that's a small fragment of this. When I'm saying this, I'm making an overbroad generalization of saying preserving value,
And
right?
that's your fault.
Virtues, right? Virtues, value, things like this. I'm just making this really dumbed down for everybody else, watering it down.
Assume we're not retarded and make a broader and more eloquent definition because
Okay.
the one that you're working with ain't landing.
So how
traditional
how
family
does the
that we
man
have.
preserve value in the tradition?
No
that you're
runway for
preserving?
you.
The traditional family, keeping that intact by having order, structure, like meaning like I'm not going to let my relationship be open, right? I'm not going to have an open relationship. I'm not going to allow anything to come in and invert my relationship like that,
Right.
right?
So
Meaning
we
like
should be
we have a
Muslim.
shared common belief system in the structure of marriage.
So
That's
we
a way
should be
to
Muslim.
Yeah, the Germanic system. I love
well,
it.
you're
It's a
you're
great
referring to Muslim. You're doing
Well,
making
no,
us.
I mean like that has those exact same characteristics.
So does Christianity. So do the Amish. Like you see what I'm saying. So it's like you're just
Right.
making.
So what are you really doing is my point. If you can give an
Preserving
argument
and
that
conserving
applies
them.
to every major religion, what are you trying to drill down on?
We're conserving the values and structures of traditions that make this successful. And yes, I'm bringing up tradition again, but when you think about a nuclear family, what's been proven successful? That's not a fallacy when I say this. So if you see this, what is most likely to be successful to lead to like better outcomes? And yes, we can talk about a utilitarian example, but how would this be wrong? How would this be bad if we preserve that and conserve the values of just having this family intact?
That
Or-
would be up to
with you
you
on
to
the Germanic
demonstrate
family
as the
unit.
person putting forth the
I'm fully
argument,
with you.
right?
And in fact, not only do I think that the Germanic family unit is the way to go, for me to answer Marcus's question on my part, the defining factor of masculinity is your ability to husband. And I'm not just talking about in a simping way with women. Husbandry is the man's highest calling. That when you start out as a little kid, the way you take care of a dog, that tells a lot about what's going on with that kid, how he treats his fucking dog. And then when you get a little bit older and you start getting some responsibility, like a job, and you start acting responsibly at that job and taking care of things and doing what you're supposed to do and being the person that when he sees something wrong, just fixes it and has a relationship. Especially this is why a dog was such a key, because a dog can't talk back. To have a true good relationship with that dog, you need to have an uncommunicated relationship where you understand when your dog's not feeling well, what its needs are, things like that. And then
Sounds like tradition.
when you start, it's Germanic tradition. I 100% agree. And
it's okay for you to bring up tradition when I do.
It historically existed before Christianity. I agree with what you're saying.
He's at least providing examples. That's something you didn't do.
I'm just providing examples. And then as a homeowner and a farm owner, my wife got to see before she submitted to me, she got to see that I was somebody who took care of my animals, took care of my home, provided for the things under my care. So guess what she felt comfortable doing? Submitting and putting herself under my care and being a loving and traditional wife who is now somebody that takes care of me, my children, my grandchildren, and does it to the point where she even takes our food out of the garden and makes homemade stuff and cans it so we have it all year. Does all the things you could ever imagine from Little House on the Prairie.
Wait, here's the problem. I did try to bring up an example, but I was over talked. I was going to bring up a hypothetical, but by the way, I don't know if you heard this, Marcus. I was on my way to bring up and I couldn't do this. So when you say you didn't bring up an example, I made several attempts to do this, and I got over talked, and I was basically.
I said Steve was being spicy. I recognized it too. He was spicy.
It's like, bro, it's like you got to be able to at least let somebody have a discussion and finish your example and land a plane. Because I let you, Benjamin, land your plane. I let you, Steve, land your plane. But when I try to land a plane, it's like 9/11. The plane never lands. That's what's happening right here.
I
It's
don't
like,
hear anybody interrupting you until just now. Go ahead, man.
right. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was a good demonstration of what I wanted. That's it. So my example is like, if you let anybody in your house, right? Meaning like anybody who inverts your culture. Let's say if I have some sheiks come in and they say, no, we're going to throw these crosses out. We're going to have these incense lanterns in here. We're going to change your whole structure. I think that if we don't maintain this and we allow inversion to come in our home and change our, like if somebody comes in and they're renting a back room of our house and they slowly but surely start changing our systems, our traditions and religions, I think that's a bad thing. We're not preserving or conserving anything. And then they're around our kids, and then our kids are going to buy into that, and that's propagandization, and maybe they're indoctrinating them by some degree by allowing the chic religious sect to come in here. I think that's a good example. I was going to bring up like immigrants, but I could throw that out. But that's one good example. I can make like 50 others.
No, I agree with everything that you're saying. The difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying is that you're giving an individualistic example of somebody coming into your home.
This would be the
I'm
dog
saying
example
is
too.
the government does this to us on purpose, and
You realize
that's why
Benjamin's example is the
state
same, right?
is an illegitimate entity. And if you're basing your religiosity on a coexistence with something like the state that is illegitimate and will always do this, always put foreigners into your house in order to make them make decisions for you, then what you're doing as a default worshiper of the state is ensuring that this is going to happen to you over and over and over and over again.
Steve,
Yeah,
am
but
I
how is
hearing
this
you?
analogous,
Let me ask Steve. Steve,
How's this analogous?
Steve, are
He's
you
saying
saying
that men
are-
should not submit to the state.
the
call
government
yourself
is the
master.
one that is allowing the opposite of conservatism and the opposite of the preservation of tradition?
We have a
If it is
conservative government currently.
Okay, there we have it. So in terms of preserving the tradition and the tradition of conserving the decor of the home without the inversion protecting the house, is this your personal property?
Well, hang
And-
on, man, because
and
our
religion?
conservative government
Yeah.
right now is saying that we can put thousands of federal troops in the streets while we have a private dinner in the Rose Garden Supper Club
Right, and
with
this
the
is circling back.
technological elite. That's
Yeah.
what our current government, under the guise of conservatism, is doing. Our current government, under the guise of conservatism, is saying that the technocratic state is what is going to supplant the current form of government. Our current conservative government is saying that government overreach is absolutely fine as long as we do it to people that we don't like. So our conservative government is neither conservative nor governing, it's dictating. And that's a very, very different thing. So what we're living under right now is a complete out in the open oligarchy that has nothing to do with a representative republic or any sort of semblance of representative democracy. So I
Steve.
reject all of that on its fucking face.
Steve, you
Based
realize
on
you're
current
making a
events.
different argument right now, right? From the original tandem that we were jumping off of, right? So when we're talking about traditional masculinity and what this means, now we're talking about government and overrule and overreach, which is a completely whole different subsect of an argument that
It is related to leadership.
We're
It's
talking about
leadership on a
real-time
grand
events.
level.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be a little bit more concise here. That's what I'm saying. So, but do you realize how we can
can
just
you be
have
more
such a broad
concise?
example? Like, I'm just trying to be a little bit more concise and hone things down. If we can get past the definition of masculinity, which I haven't heard from your definition or Benjamin's example, I've given like a semblance of mine. But if we can't even move past that and we're already on an overreach of government authority, it's like, all right, I mean, I understand this, but can I hear your definition, Steve, and yours, Benjamin?
That was mine.
Balderston did state that the ability of a man to the husbandry, that's the number one calling
which isn't just a husband as a husband wife. It's I run my farm. I'll take care of all my animals. That's the epitome of man.
Right.
Yeah, I would
Epitome of
concur with that. I would say that a masculine man has authority over his home and influence in his community to the point to where other people would defer to that man's authority, wisdom, experience in order to draw from it so that they could make better, more informed decisions. Outside of that, I don't have anything to add.
Exactly. Just like the easy example is my tomato garden. If you're gonna ask somebody, how do I take care of tomatoes? Who should lead us in taking care of tomatoes? Well, it's probably the guy with the giant tomato garden that's just crazy, looks like a jungle.
Seems
and
to
has
be best
tomatoes
poised
everywhere.
to make
That's husbandry.
Yeah.
So husbandry is all those things that you do, and that is the epitome of man, and that's who you're supposed to pick as a leader. If there was a group of 20 farms, the guy who took care of his farm the best, the animals on it were the most well taken care of, everything was in good repair and in good order, he would be the one that we would go to say, hey, how should we run shit? Because you seem really good at it.
So
Benjamin,
the connection in the government here is the question
hear
of
that.
who is the provider. If
I
we
hear what
live
he's
in
saying.
a welfare state, the provider becomes the government,
Well,
regardless
my
of if
question
it's
is,
conservative or liberal, left or right.
What
the
does this
government
look like
has
in the
social
city?
safety net.
I hear I hear when you're talking about in the country, do homesteading, I'm hearing a lot of that. But in the city, what does this look like to you? In masculinity, I don't think I hear a lot of men living out in the country. Most of us live in the suburbs. Most of us live in the city. When I talk about what's your definition of masculinity, I think I just want to hear like something that's more broad that most people can relate to.
Own homes in the city? People don't own homes in the city?
No, I'm saying, what does this look like in the suburbs? What does masculinity look like to you?
That's what he's trying to
Take care
say.
of your home.
So you're saying that people in the city should plant, for them to be masculine, they should be able to have goats, tomato farms, and things like this. Like, what does that look like? That's what I'm asking.
100%. If not, you're a fucking slave.
Right, but what does that look like to you in the city, in the suburbs? If we're talking overall, because there's a majority who don't live out in the woods or anything. The majority live in populated areas. What does masculinity look like to you then?
He is right. So the way that you maintain masculinity in that environment is that you have a fairly rigorous set of freaking standards that you live by.
Yeah, but what is that?
Everyone in this is what every ortho bro on the planet would
yeah, but I'm asking you what it looks like. Not ortho bros, not anybody else. If you were in the city, what does this look like? Because you're giving me a broad generalization. What does this look like? Can you give me an example? A guy lives in a city. He's in a high-rise apartment. What does masculinity look like?
In a high-rise apartment, not owning his own home.
Okay, so a man that can't afford his own home or living in his own, so masculinity is material.
No, Ben has this crazy fucking idea that anybody who didn't get a fucking home loan for a place in,
Steve, did I get a home loan?
You don't no, say so.
Did I get a home loan? Did I get inheritance from my parents?
But hold on,
I own a farm.
Is home to you?
It's your mom's name.
Let's return to the word provider. If the man is providing
that other
lodging
property
in
was
the
half
city,
in my mom's name because she put in on part of it.
Right.
So a man can't be masculine if he lives in a high rise or owns a condo. He's not a masculine
condo, right?
Let's say he rents it. Let's say he rents a condo because
why should he have rights? Why should he be considered what you consider a man? Why should
you don't own a home and you don't pay taxes? That's not your home anymore, right? If you own a home and you don't pay taxes, that's not your home anymore, right?
I mean, technically, the bank owns your property.
It depends on which state you live in.
Right. So, do you really own a home? That's my thing. So, if you're dumbing masculinity down to a home,
you know that's state to state, right?
So hold on. If you're dumbing masculinity,
predominantly the bank owns
your version of masculinity. That's your definition. Is materialism?
That's a fair question.
Really, what it boils down to is what I'm hearing.
Is the
What
is the answer
you
this
can
ownership?
say it's materialism. Nobody said that you had to have fucking a luxury mansion, but if you can't have your own home, you ain't any kind of a man without your own land.
But hold on, how do you own a home if it can be taken away from you if you don't pay taxes? Do you really truly own a home? So if that's your
Steve's
definition
point.
of what's masculine,
That's part of being in a society. Every homeowner and historically ever has
But
had
do you
to
So
pay taxes.
then you would
definition
have
of
to
the
grant
fuck.
that you don't actually own your home. That's
right?
what
But
Martae.
you realize
So the
masculinity.
argument, the
Your definition
argument is
of
not
masculinity is
ownership.
conditional. That's
Right.
what it is.
That's why homeowners were the only ones allowed to vote, because you were the ones responsible for this
Yeah, but
place.
that's not my argument, though.
The dudes living in an apartment, they're just transients. They aren't men that you can count on.
Yeah, but that's not my argument. That's
This
not what I'm
applies to
saying.
the argument in the way of the question of how do we conserve and preserve the tradition and allow men to be leaders. The answer given by Balderson is that men who own land are able to vote and in their local community are able to enforce the preservation.
But do you understand the problem with this, though? The problem with this is he's saying you're not masculine unless you own land. So your definition of masculinity is if you own land. That's what it boils down to.
I have not heard someone say you are
If you don't own
not
your
a
own place.
man. It's not.
Well, no,
yes
that's
or
the,
no
that's
being
the
able to
logical
provide
entailment of
ownership.
this, though. That's the logical
I'm not
entailment.
even disagreeing with them. You're a little boy if you don't own your
If
own
you
place.
reduce this down, that's where his argument reduces down to. How does it not
That's
reduce
a
down to a
logical
bit?
fallacy to reduce.
I'm not even fighting you on
argument,
it.
right?
Well, if we take this, so if we take his argument and we say what's masculine, well, if you don't own your own home, you're not masculine. Okay, great.
definition
but
given was being a
materialism, then he says
provider.
it's not.
You can
Right.
provide a home in the city, but to what
Well,
degree
what Ben's
is that
effectively
How are you
saying
gonna be a
is
provider
that,
if you got
hang
no
on,
place to
hang on,
provide
hang
a
on.
home?
Let me.
How you gonna be a
renting a
provider
home?
if you got no place to
Let
provide
me
a
go
home?
to the full entailment of this.
Wait, hold
real
on.
quick.
Owning and providing. So there has to be a
Yeah, that's
distinction.
a home. I gave her a home.
I don't need to
provided.
own my home
What
to
Ben is
provide.
saying is that predominantly
Christy, did you
Black
own a home
Rock,
when I met you?
I don't need to
Vanguard,
own a home to
Yeah,
provide. I
yeah,
can be a
Blackstone,
provider with renting a
Yes,
home.
I
are
provided
men
a home.
because
Had to have it
BlackRock,
first, though.
Because
Vanguard
yours is ownership. You were saying
Blackstone
ownership.
own the most property. Bill Gates owns the most property. Ben is saying that Bill Gates is much more of a man than you, Martae, because he owns property. Bill Gates, with his bitch tits and his fucking lizard neck, is much more of a man, and Ben will die on that hill. Ben
That's
is
an
saying
insane
that
hill to
Bill
die
Gates
on.
is the epitome of
Steve-
masculinity.
Steve
Ben is
also
saying
knows.
that Peter Thiel
Steve also
is
knows
the
I
epitome of
believe in
masculinity
homesteader laws
because
and that Bill
materialism is
Gates would never
masculine.
own that
All
much
right,
property.
Hang on, no,
gentlemen.
shut the fuck up, Ben.
Gentlemen.
I ain't done. Ben is saying
Masculinity boils
that
down to materialism, basically.
tiny-
That's really what his argument
dick,
is.
bitch-titted tech nerds are so much more of a man than anybody else on the planet because they're the predominant property owners. That's what Ben's saying. Ben's saying people that he wouldn't even fucking throw a drink at are worth more than everybody, not just on the screen right now, but on the entire channel, on anybody else who would ever see this based on his metrics. That's what Ben's saying.
Well,
Steve
I've already
also
fine-tuned
People
that.
who couldn't even pick up a fucking hammer are more of a man based on Ben's logic than anybody else on the fucking planet.
Well, Ben, how is your
including Ben,
definition doesn't
because
boil
they
down to
own more
materialism
property
anymore?
than Ben. So Ben's a little bitch because Bill Gates owns more property than him. That's what he's saying. That's Ben's logic right now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but
The
that's his
materialism
logic.
hill we're
So
going to
own
die
it.
Steve also already knows ahead of time. He's spicy tonight. That
Going to die
I
in the
believe in
materialism
homesteader
hill.
laws.
Yeah.
Steve
But
also
according
knows
to
I
Ben,
believe in homesteader
bitch dick
laws.
Bill Gates
Bill
is more of a
Gates-
man than Ben.
Bill
according
Gates
to
has no
Ben-
ability to farm all the farmland that he owns. Zero.
Well,
maybe
let
he
me put
could.
it this way.
Maybe he could. You haven't given him a chance, dude. You haven't.
He's
Microsoft,
got enough John Deere's with the fucking satellites and the fucking thingies.
No,
Microsoft as a
Ben's
job
logic is
provider,
inherently flawed in this, and we've discovered that. But that's okay. That's fine.
Microsoft
That's
as a
fine.
job provider allows men to return to the office. In fact, Microsoft is asking
Did he
men
give you the fucking
to return
tamales with
to
the fucking with the
office.
habaneros tonight?
A paycheck is how modern man provides. Balderson has stated that living off of the land and being into husbandry, farming, and gardening means he can provide from the resources of the land.
Yeah, but do you understand the distinction of when I dive down into his worldview, he says you have to own land, right? So that means that only, like, if I ask him this, so without materialism, can you be a man? That's my question I want to ask. Can you be a man without materialism, Benjamin?
You can't provide. You can't feed people out of a field you don't have. And certainly
Let's
not
say they
one
do
you have.
provide. Let's say this person can provide. He's rich. He has
don't
all
have
the
it.
money in the world.
If
He
he's
can provide.
If he's rich, he has his own place.
No, hold on. Elon Musk has blatantly said out front, I'm not going to own a home. I'm not going to buy a home. He's literally said this.
Are you really going to use that weird fucking robot of a fucking autist?
But by your logic, hold on. By your logic, he's very masculine, right? Because he has a lot of things, right?
This is pushing back against the inversion of conservatism. If the line is you will own nothing and you will be happy, if you are not in ownership of something, then you cannot provide the thing that you do not own. Meaning,
he's a provider. He's actually more of a provider than all of us on the panel.
He
How is he
absolutely
masculine?
providing. No, he don't really provide for it. He has like 50
How
kids
is he not?
doesn't
Oh,
take
he has
care
a
of.
company with
He has
tons
like
of
50
employees and
kids he
things.
doesn't take care of.
How is he not providing? How is he not more masculine than all of us on this panel?
Talk to them. He don't even talk to his kids. Do you understand how husbandry works?
But do you understand how you're kind of moving this a little bit? I'm just fine tuning.
You're asking about Elon Musk, and I'm telling you that he's not doing all the things. The whole point to having the home is so you can provide a home for your wife and then children. And that way, that's how this whole nuclear family system works. That's why the wife doesn't need to
provide for
work.
All his kids need and want for nothing. How is he not providing for his kids?
They don't take care of. You should read social medias.
Hold on. How is he not providing or taking care of his kids? His kids want for nothing.
Provide. They aren't living in his home. He's not watching after them. He's not doing husbandry.
So you're saying by your logic, kings aren't providing for their kids because they had to go on conquest, take over other kingdoms because kings weren't home for their children. Are they not masculine?
No, you go out. He doesn't ever raise his kid. He doesn't ever see.
He's had to leave their kingdom to dominate other lands. Were they not masculine because they left home and left
he doesn't ever see his kids going off to work and coming home? That's everybody.
But we've had kings who've left probably for pilgrimages for years, and then came back home and reported home for like their duties, whatever it is.
Those guys were gay. They just wanted to hang out with other dudes and watch their feet and shit. No, they are not.
Well, by your logic, they're not masculine.
No, I agree with that. They're not masculine.
Sitting in a castle on a throne.
That's all Abrahamic people that do.
These men who conquered kingdoms,
particularly masculine,
slain thousands of people, were leading armies, were not masculine.
Were they Abrahamic and on pilgrimages? That's what we just.
All right, now we're obfuscating a little bit. A little obfuscation, pinch obfuscation here.
You brought up pilgrimages, going to battle. That's a job.
Well, again,
how are they not masculine? They left their kids at home.
He's going to work.
Gentlemen,
He's going
I'm
to
going to
work
ask
and
you
providing.
about domestication,
Providing,
the early
right.
cities, putting up a wall. Is this what masculinity is? Is it about putting up a wall, preserving the structure of the city? Martae, you asked directly about, can you be a man and are you masculine if you live in a city? Balderson was pushing back and saying it's not optimal for men to live in a feminine society. I think, Marty, you also agreed that in a feminine society, living in a cosmopolitan city, that's the melting pot where all the different people are forced to live together, they don't get along. Balderson has offered the solution to say, men, leave the city, get some land, garden. Don't go to work for Elon or tech company or Microsoft. That's not going to lead to happiness and fulfillment. Marty, your
Yeah,
response.
but that doesn't contend with the masculinity argument when you say don't go to Microsoft or anything else. That's basically saying if you go to Microsoft, you can't be masculine. Like, well, that's also a fallacy. Like, and also that's unfalsifiable too when you bring that up.
Going to Microsoft stop you from being masculine. You're going out and working. You can own a home that people
Well,
from
now
Microsoft
Benjamin's
now own.
refuting you, Alan. Let's go ahead. It's refuting you now.
There's three of us now, and our prayer circle is closing in tighter and tighter and tighter.
He's now refuting you right now. But here's the thing, though. The reason why I brought up the city analogy is because overwhelmingly the majority of people aren't living in that backwoods communities. This isn't a thing that's happening right now. And actually, I mean, I don't want to bring up the black community.
No, in fact, it's going more toward your direction where people, because we're at an end times apocalypse. So all the fucking morons, like the cities are like these black holes of idiocy and vagininess, and it just sucks them into it. And all the people leave the country.
But here's the thing, though. Yeah, I live close to the city, but I'm not like the non-masculine person. I don't consider myself not masculine. I mean, unless anybody has anything to refute the fact that I'm masculine or not masculine. But I think that I'm masculine, right? But I can live in the city. You're saying that somebody. So here's the thing. I want to ask you a question, Benjamin. I'm dying to ask you this question. Can somebody live out in the woods, be a homesteader, and be feminine? Even if they both
still have feminine, and still does he do good husbandry?
He's a good husband. Is it possible this guy could be very feminine?
That he could have somewhat feminine attributes? He's already displaying many masculine attributes just by being a good husband.
He's taking care of his wife. He does everything correctly, but he kisses guys behind her back.
Oh, then he's gay. Yeah, that's then he's just
okay.
gay.
So even though he fulfills,
gay guys can be masculine. Gay guys can be masculine, but he's definitely gay.
Well, okay, and he wears high heels on Saturdays behind his wife's back.
Then he's a tranny.
How does she not know about it?
I mean, there's a lot of people. We have a whole DL community that does stuff that a lot of black women don't know about. But anyways, that's neither.
Right. Yeah.
Like this happens in modern day all the time. Matter of fact, it's like we have social media. The only reason why I'm finding out about this is because it gets exposed. Like we didn't even know. By the way, sidebar. By the way, we thought that this whole thing of police brutality was this major epidemic until body cams came out. Now all of a sudden we have body cams. Oh, we're all the police beating all the black people now. All because we're really seeing what's not happening out here. That's also another epidemic that's happening. But back to this though. I don't think that you need like materialism to be a masculine person, but I do agree that husbandry is extremely important. I do believe that is part and parcel with being masculine. If you're a good husband, hey, you know what? I'm going to agree with you. I can concede. You have to be, that's masculine by my part. But by the way, this also agrees with my whole point of conserving. You're conserving masculinity if you are a good husband because you're not allowing inversion in your home. So actually you agree with me.
Marcus and I are political. That was just Steve.
Well,
Steve's
I was political, and you weren't. Steve came in with the whole political agenda of authoritarianism that he wanted to sprinkle on top, which I never imbued in this. So,
well, that is.
I think he got habaneros. I think his wife
he wanted to stretch this a bit further than I wanted to. So,
well, that's okay. We're finding where the fence is, where the wall is, and how do you conserve without building a fence around a garden, right? You want to keep out the rabbits from stealing your produce. You can offer produce to the rabbits later, but that's your garden. And as a man, you set up the boundaries so that it grows.
Right.
As
but
a provider,
the government,
listen, Marty, as a provider, a provider is a man who
Marty?
is.
Yeah, I must be Marty McFly from back then.
Marty McFly. So as a man, being a provider is being resourceful. And in a city, there seems to be a lack of resources, which leads to theft, right? I need resources. I don't have a legitimate way of getting them, turning to theft. That can happen in anywhere. So we're talking about being resourceful as a man.
Cities are hold on, that's a double-edged sword though. Cities are extremely resourceful while also having lack of resources as well too. This knife cuts both ways. If you want to go towards resources, there's supermarkets, there's ways to get more money from cities.
I'm not talking about
cities
distribution.
Are a black hole of resources.
Hold on, you talked about theft. That's removal of distribution. So you see what I'm saying?
Black hole.
Two sides of the coin. That's what I'm pointing out.
Steal it off the truck before it goes to the store. That's a different distribution mechanism. Those men are resourceful. We're not arguing that they aren't. Now we're talking about but I'm bringing it back to morality. So by being resourceful, you also have this idea that you cannot take which does not belong to you. So you have to be resourceful, which means you have to generate something. So you have to have a resource like a seed to plant it to generate more tomatoes. That's
Yeah, but you
being
realize that
resourceful and generating more. That's part of
What
husbandry.
do you have to have?
This
Where
isn't
would you
exclusive
plant
to,
that
like,
tomato seed if you don't have land?
this isn't mutually exclusive to cities. People rob and steal from, I think, like countrysides as well too. You ever heard of somebody getting their livestock stolen? This happens all the time. So when we say this, it's like it's not mutually exclusive. But I will say this though. I don't think it's a good argument to say because you live in the city, you're not as masculine as people that live in the countryside, because we have very masculine people who own construction companies, who are industrialists. I think those people are just as masculine as people who live in the country because they're actually producing, creating.
I didn't say there isn't exceptions. The majority of city people are not masculine.
No, hold on. No, if you talk about people in building the infrastructure, a lot of people who maintain the infrastructure, garbage men, people like this, they're very masculine men. How are they not masculine?
They're exceptions. In fact, they can't even find people to
87% of infrastructure's men. They're not exceptions.
They can't even find people to fill those jobs now, bro. That's why those jobs are wide open. I'm an electrician. They can't even fill those jobs.
But that's the thing.
All these kids want to be streamers, video gamers, and tech dudes. That's what they want to do.
Exceptions. I'm going to school right now to be a diesel tech. There's so many in school right now. It's ridiculous.
I got 2 diesel tech degrees.
Right, but that proves my point. Actually, it's not an exception. There's so many people going to diesel mechanic school right now.
Old. When I started being a diesel mechanic, guess what? There was a lot of manly men, and guess what diesel mechanics got paid? Jack shit. I made $12 an hour. What do diesel mechanics make now?
Benjamin, hold on though. If you're making jack shit and you're not a good provider, doesn't this put a chink in your armor? But you see how materialism isn't the mainstay of masculinity?
I wasn't married. I had to work my way up from being a young boy into a man.
Right. Moving away from this to where you could be a better provider is good. But this would make the argument for Microsoft and people that work in Apple too, because they can provide more resources because of monetary gain. But here's the problem, though, that we run into. When you say it's an exception, it's really not an exception. We can look at the stats for this. The stats actually go in my favor. There's a lot of HVAC technicians. There's more electricians now going into the fields of trades and less people going to college now because they recognize that this is a really bad deal, getting a piece of paper and going into debt. A lot of men are opting out of college and going into trades. This is actually slowly starting to pick up right now. So it's not an exception like you think it is now.
Well, this goes back to the question
still an exception. That's why
status.
the pay for those trades is so fantastic now because nobody works in them.
That's what I'm asking now specifically about resources being wages. So if a man goes to work to
earn almost
a
enough
wage,
to make my old ass want to go back in the trades. Like literally, there's times I get scroll through things and I'm like, how much money? My ass is leaving the farm.
So again, the economic shift.
Right.
Sometimes it's
that's
more
not due to a
economic.
disparity.
There's an economic benefit to live in a city at certain periods of time. At other periods of time, living in a city is going to just end up in poverty and homelessness and joblessness.
But that's the double-edged sword that you're talking about, because on the other side, this cuts the other way too.
Does this apply to conservatism and orthodoxy? Do Orthodox have monasteries and tradition and places for men to go to study, learn skills, and then decide if they go back into the world? Is that a solution that Orthodoxy is offering? People in chat have been asking, okay, you guys have argued about what it means to be a man. How does a man go to Orthodoxy to become a better man, to learn skills, and then become a husband in the full meaning of the word?
We do have this. So we do have monasteries. We do have monks, believe it or not. We have spiritual fathers that we can go to. But here's the thing, though. I am going to bring up tradition. We have traditions. We have mainstays. And we also, not only this, we have an unchanging standard. Of course, I'm bringing up general terms that you guys have heard me say 1,000 times in this debate. Oh, also, by the way, I do have to leave in about 15 because I'm starving. I got to eat. I'm a probiotic.
You've given us 3.5 hours, which 2 is all we ever expect. It's been
right,
awesome.
but just understand that I love discourse and I love battle. I love debates. If you guys have seen me in any battle, by the way, I have a debate that's happening this, I think it's this Thursday, me versus everybody. I'm debating.
Pimp yourself out, bro. Pimp yourself out.
Let's hear it.
But-
Where's that?
Where's it at? Lay it out.
It'll be on the Raging Tomato this Thursday, and I'm debating 20, 30. As many people can come, just going to knock them down and
Are you
destroy
going to
them.
get fair moderation?
What is the debate topic?
I don't even need fair moderation. I kind of like love it when it's rambunctious, and I can just lop heads off left and right.
Perfect.
Like
You guys all know Sarah Tomato. I've been on there a number of times. You guys all know her. Go check them out. What is the debate topic?
Can corn stars be saved? I'm defending that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Fun topic.
So you could spend your whole young life taking schlong and then go to Jesus, and you can and that's cool.
We can't make that claim. We can't say with certainty.
You can't say with certainty that it's not either.
Well, this goes both. You realize this goes both ways, right? You're saying the same thing I'm saying, right? That we don't know. Like we can't say within your heart whether you're saved or not.
We know what happens to people because their actions send them where they're supposed to be.
Will there be a distinction in the debate and the argument specifically focus on male or female, man or woman stars?
There may be, because societally we're looked at differently. If you look at men, we're not judged by our body count, whereas women are. And the reason why is historically is because we had to determine like whose baby this was before DNA testing came out. That's why on their part this was bad. There's a revulsion that we have as men if we know a woman slept around. But for guys, it's like, okay, I've seen that you can bed women. It's like, so it's proven. So that's more social proof. But here's the thing that I want to go away from. We want to go away from the culture of men sleeping around, because that should be as demonized as women sleeping around, because now you're complaining about hoes while creating them at the same time. This creates a performative contradiction. If somebody walks around, you can't complain about the problem by creating. Now you're the pharmaceutical company saying, we're going to give you Cyprexis or whatever this thing is, but you're going to have all these bad side effects from this. Oh, we have the solution for that. That's you right now. It's like if you're the guy in the red pill community espousing these beliefs, you're stupid. Like you're literally brain cells rubbing together if you're making these points. But these are the people I debate all day long on panels.
We've tried to get in to debate the red pill community. They won't debate us either. I 100% agree with what you're saying right there. In fact, historically, like I said, Germanic society, you weren't allowed to sleep around. If you stepped outside your marriage, you were going to suffer socially severely. And historically, guys that slept around even when they weren't married, and an easy example for me to use is Jarl Hakan, who was a well-loved figure, but he was philandering with some of the girls, and they overthrew him just specifically because he philandered with girls. Had nothing else to do with his leadership manners or anything. Even in more recent history, most people couldn't possibly tell you why Bill Clinton was impeached. The only thing that they remember is that he philandered and that he went behind his wife and spooged on Monica Lewinsky, and they know all about that. They don't know anything else about the legal ramifications of why he was impeached. The only thing that they stood out is he's a bad guy because he was a philanderer. That this has never historically been accepted. And it's not a good thing. It's not a leadership quality in any means. And I don't understand where the red pill community gets off with that. I understand where they're trying to lift men up and make men be stronger. I'm fully with that. But this part where they think that they can just run around philandering and not act like a good man and then expect to get the high quality woman, you're fucking nuts.
Well, here's the other problem with that too, is that, like, let's say if I did create a justification for why I should sleep around, right? Well, when I start having this culture of why I should sleep around, do you think one day I could possibly have a daughter who I don't want somebody like me to run into? You see the problem? So not only is this really faulty logic, but even when you say, I want all the benefits of the spoils, you don't want anybody like you running into your daughter. So this creates an inversion. This creates contradictions. It's like, by my estimation, if you ever take Christ out of the picture, it implodes. So their logic, and the reason why I don't like it, so there's two different things I like to be concise about. There's the red pill I believe in, which is like a descriptive packet of like, okay, these are warning signs, cautionary tales, things to look out for. And then there's like an overcorrection of like rules for thee, but not for me. So that's the part. It's not a prescription. It's bad if you try to make prescriptions out of this, and it falls horribly on its face.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's not a functional community. And then also they're very like you got Rollo Tomasi telling guys to fucking go and get themselves made into fucking eunuchs. You know, go get go get fit, so that way you can just run around and have sex freely with whatever girl, dumping loads, and you don't have to worry about procreating or anything, and you know, just ruining any legacy that you're ever going to have. And you know, just it's a weird community.
Well,
so I got a final question to kind of wrap this up. And
yeah, go ahead.
So here's the deal with this. I understand that some men, young men, learn differently, and you, as an older, wiser man, are attempting to share your story and say these are mistakes we've made. Some men need to learn the hard way by doing the thing that you're telling them not to do, to find out for themselves. Now you're saying that leads to all sorts of breakdown and troubles and things that young men carry into their early adulthood. So in a perfect world, with Christ being the center, growing up in a Christian home, there's sort of this, I've noticed this sort of inverse sort of chart. So people who grow up in a Christian home, then they go to like a Christian college, they schism. So they either go extremely, maybe they're a pastor and they start pastoring in a church and they stay Christian, or they go agnostic or atheist. So they've tried it. So from birth, being raised in a Christian home, what is the outcome? You either stay in the church or you leave the church. Now, you were raised in a Christian home, or you had some sort of church experience. You kind of went off, found out what the world was like, and now you're coming back. What is that experience? And were you the type of person that needed to, I wouldn't say find out for yourself, but what was the draw? Was
it on Romspringer?
Yeah, was it the need to be a provider and to have that sort of materialism, the money? Was the draw of money specifically? Get a car, get a house, settle down, and then do this thing?
Well, can I address something first before we get to this? The Rollo Tomasi thing. With this, I think that in my belief, I think I've heard this through a third party that this was uttered. But the thing is, though, we have a solution with this. I can go on the Rational Mail and have a conversation. We could do a deep dive. I think there are solutions for this. Because here's the thing, though. When we have, and I'll get back to your question now, and then I'll answer it thoroughly.
Yep.
If we
want to have relationships with women.
Right. Well, here's the thing, though. We can't complain about problems if we don't provide a solution, because all we're doing is complaining. We're doing the same thing that women do. We don't want to become these men that complain like we're sitting on here. We can complain about people that aren't here. What I do is I go in these trenches and I meet these men on their battlefield and I have discourse with them. If I'm having a disagreement, I would say that men shouldn't touch their bodies. As far as I think having a discipline and having suffering, maybe if that's from you denying your flesh from certain things and running through several women, I think that's good. That's just plain old fashioned discipline by saying, you know what, I don't want to sleep with her if I'm not going to marry her. I think that's a good tenet to have. Then you don't have to reduce yourself down to a eunuch. I think there's and that's like a natural thing. Abstinence is a form of contraception, but people don't want to talk about this. But back to what you were saying, I think that we all make mistakes, right? And this goes to the redemption that I'm talking about of Christianity. I think that If we are going to make mistakes, I don't think that we want people reliving mistakes when we see like a roadblock in front of their path. We don't want this diesel mechanic over here running into this wall and screwing up their whole frame, screwing up the manifold, everything else, just destroying everything, right? If we could see somebody in the path of this and we could say, I'm going to tell this person the worst horror story and because we had like what we were talking about just to tell this. Remember we were talking about oral tradition? I think we can create oral tradition in our homes with their sons and daughters by our stories and have our horror stories and accounts. I think that when we have Aesop's tales and things like the Brothers Grimm, they were really horrible stories. If you look at the Little Mermaid, it was a horrible story. The Gretel and Hansel, the wolf, bad wolf, these are really horror stories you're telling. These aren't really Disney fairy tales. If we have these horror stories and we can tell our sons and make distinct lessons passed down, I think that this can hold a lot of power through not only shame, but learning lessons. And this goes back to homeschooling kids. This goes back to maintaining traditional structures. And actually, this can be the glue to our family to create these, by the way, I'm going to say this word again, traditions that we pass down. My grandfather told me a story. His grandfather told me a story about why we don't do this with women. And I think that's the start. But I think changing laws, and I'm wrapping all this up at once, changing laws to really make this fair towards men, where men have reproduction rights towards these kids and not offing these kids through these Planned Parenthood stations that we have. I think that's a start, but I think legislation starts with what I do as a form of debate on these panels against senators, against professors, against lawyers, attorneys, things like this. I think if we could do this, we can change the hearts and minds at home like we do our kids with these stories that we pass down. And I think it's very powerful if we can do this. That's one solution. And I think it's great if we can wrap this in a form of entertainment and feed our kids this, because it has to be entertaining. I think we can be charismatic and then tell our kids this and they can relive this you ever had your dad or somebody tell you a story and you're literally walking this through and you're imagining yourself as that person? This is very powerful. If we could pass stories down to our kids of what to do in a creative, charismatic approach, they can then see, oh, I've seen this horror story already. My dad told me this. I'm not doing this. I heard this girl say this. In that story, they said, so you see what I'm saying? So I think this is a very diplomatic and great approach to actually create a bonding scenario between you and a son, you and a daughter, to create cautionary tales. I think this is extremely important and conducive to families. So
yeah, I appreciate that. The one thing I'll add to that is this difficulty in navigating the world as a young person in uncertain times with the fear of technology taking over and not wanting to be a backwoods farmer shoveling manure. That's a dirty job. That's icky. I want to try to find a clean coding job. I want to work with AI, these types of things. I want to stream Minecraft for a living, YouTuber, that sort of thing. Make 6 figures from your home with a computer.
Crazy.
Great. Not many people get those opportunities. Some people do. That's a blessing. The point of being a man in this modern time is to rebel. There's always going to be this sort of youthful rebellion. That's the spring of wanting to do something different than your parents with your church. And this sort of return to orthodoxy is kind of a question mark in my mind, because when young people haven't experienced the world and then they go to orthodoxy, do you think there's going to be a time where they need a Rumspringa? Or is, you talk about redemption and avoiding sin, and celibacy is okay and abstinence is okay and this type of thing. Now, are you denying, final question, maybe it's another debate, but my final thought is, if these young men go immediately, from high school and then they go to a Christian college, or they didn't have a church home, but at some point during their youthful rebellion phase, they deny the flesh, they suffer through it, they're okay with celibacy, but then do you get a 40-year-old virgin scenario? Do you have a situation where the man doesn't have experience of the world and then sort of longs for it and then has a midlife crisis and buys a car and then becomes a philanderer and sleeps around? So at some point, there are natural biological energies that need to be channeled in a proper direction. I guess my personal critique and misunderstanding of Orthodox members from their parents' home, joining a Discord server, becoming an online catechumen, not having a car to visit a location in a church, this type of thing. I don't think that's against orthodoxy. I think this is the struggle of young men needing to become self-reliant and providers for themselves. And that's sort of a great challenge that we'll probably have to, meet up again at another point to address that specifically. But that is kind of my main concern. I don't know that orthodoxy is a one-size-fits-all solution. Balderson is presenting another opportunity for other men to consider as well.
It's a problem. It's problematic. And the reason why I would say it's very problematic is because things can become a fad. Things can become very fatty and trendy. And I would caution against people just jumping into it because it's a trend, because it's hot, because we've heard the word ortho bros, because I want to be an ortho bro and I just want to become an ortho bro debater. This can be a very bad thing, because now all of a sudden you have bitter people that are in an industry that are literally pushing people away from Christ. We want to push against that. The reason why I'm doing this is because I can see myself and other people that did mistakes that I did. And if you notice, during even this whole debate, I was very open, transparent. They have a hard time doing this. You can see the distinction, because when people get on these panels and they're not genuine, they move to attacks. They move to just change. You can just easily tell. I'm pretty sure that you're very very perceptive. If you see somebody and they're disingenuous, there are these little actions that you could pick up on. You've lived on this world long enough to tell during a debate or during discourse when you're like, this person isn't really genuine. They just want to be here to be right. And that's what I want to caution against. If you're in this space, and I do want to say this to everybody, because this is streaming on my X, this is streaming on my YouTube. I want to say to people that are watching this, if you're in this debate sphere, considering yourself, bro, this is wrong. You shouldn't get into this. Your salvation and you doing this should be an individualistic thing. You shouldn't do this. This should not be commercialized. It shouldn't be a repackaged Mattel thing off the truck. This makes no sense. You're literally taking this and you're pushing more people away from this. But here's what I would say. With modern tech and with pornography and everything else that's perpetuating our system, it's hard to meet one person that's even in what I would say a catechumen or anybody else that's even in the Protestant church that hasn't experienced soft core, anything on Instagram or anything. So I think that we go through our own sowing of oats through social media. We're inundated with so much soft core corn through other means and advertisements that we've one time seen a tit. It's going to happen. So it's like, there's never going to be a guy that runs into that's an absolute 40-year-old virgin that's never seen a breast in his life. It's almost like I would think you're lying if you told me there's a guy that exists that hasn't seen any of this stuff. So we've all been through our source of temptation.
Have you met Marcus, sir? Have you met Marcus? He is pure as the driven snow. And we will be auctioning him off soon. But pre-auction, the chat is wanting to know what denomination of donation is needed in order for you to stream shirtless and let go a little bit of your pristine white.
Wait, you said Marcus? Who's Marcus?
Alan Marcus.
Oh.
Marcus Allen, yes.
Oh, okay. I saw the Allen and I didn't read the okay. All right.
As a high-value male, I use a regal European sort of name, easily pronounced by women of all distinctions around the world, the globe, and being a high-value man amongst other high-value men is raising my value right now tonight by having this conversation and enduring through. Yes, correct. Yeah,
how much? They're dying to know, Marcus.
Again, that's where the open market sets the price. We're in the price discovery phase. I'm saying minimum bid is at least minimum bid starts at 2 Bitcoin.
That's to auction you off. They just want I want a preview, just a shirtless Marcus.
Again, crazy.
I understand that Martae immediately understood the idea of the meat market male economy, and this is what I'm experiencing for the first time.
We're auctioning.
How does it feel to be a thing now? A materialistic item now? It's like it feel pretty masculine.
Well,
you're being auctioned off to the highest bidder there, Marcus.
Well, I've been on the auction block for a while. I haven't been around the block let's make that clear. I like my blocks to be cheese. I like aged cheddar. This is a great gift. Dowries are very important, this type of thing. So, I mean, I can provide too, but also I like to be provided for as well. So I like to give the women and the men and everyone in the audience an opportunity to be a provider. We do have a super chat method on the Benjamin Balderson YouTube channel. We want to thank everybody who's helped us meet our monthly goal already. We're going to now discover that we are even higher value mail by the value that's being provided back to other chats. I know, Marty, you've had a long run with us, and I know you're getting hungry. You got to get your macros in, your proteins.
I hear you say Marty, but can I get some justice? Can I hear you say my name right one time?
I'm from Minnesota. How do we say it? Say it for me.
Oh, so the onus is on me. Okay, Martae.
Martae.
He's from Minnesota.
He said it right.
He's from Minnesota.
More than okay, good. I'm convinced now. I remain convinced. There you go. I value.
I
I'll
try
give it to you now.
Yes. I try to speak in my own way and be genuine to myself. So when I'm going to say Martae,
trying not to go Martae.
Yeah,
rhymes.
Too much lisp. That's too much lisp for me.
Rhymes with
masculinity has to be made.
It rhymes Martae, Rayles, party with Martae.
Too much list for me. My estrogen's rising right now. Let's
when
keep
you
it
get that close to Canada, your A's get real long. Anything with the A sound gets long in Canada.
All right, guys. Well, that's about my time. I appreciate you guys having me up to have some good discourse. I don't run from discourse. I don't run from debates. I've literally had I don't think that there's been any debates I've ever ran from. I don't know. I haven't. I think so. Here's the thing. I think this boils down to just a good conversation of fellas that just got together in a room at best, and this was good. I mean, I wouldn't really consider this a debate. I would just say, hey, we just had a meeting of the minds, and but I think that this is generally how discourse should happen, even without a
debate. That I would say there was pushback. I did experience pushback.
Well, that's why we call it the deliberating DogFace dudes, because we're more of a deliberation.
There was a fraction of a push, but yeah, I would say maybe a deliberation, maybe if you want to call it that.
We appreciate you coming in, brother. It was a gas. We enjoyed every bit of it, including the fiery bits. Thank you so much to the donors.
I like the fiery bits. That's my favorite.
Yeah, we would love to have you back on. We can definitely find we're aligned on a lot of things. I give pushback and shit, but I don't mind the ortho bros. The world that they represent.
Yeah,
I've got disagreements, but I like Jim Bob. Genuinely, I think he's a good guy. I don't think I think the world that they want is more similar to the world that I would want than what is going on now. But I also think that that's a borrowing of Germanic traditions, and that's not found in Christian tradition, and that's why it's gone. I think that you guys don't understand that the Germanic, the Odin, is our heritage. And that return to heritage does need to happen. I agree.
Well, I think that we can agree to disagree, and I love the discourse. My favorite parts during this whole discussion were when we did disagree and when things got fiery. That's my favorite. I will show up every time. If you guys can bring that, I promise I will return. My favorite part wasn't the part where we agreed and we're all connected and brothers. My favorite part was when we met at a crossroads and we had to figure stuff out. I think that's my best part. I think that you like this too, and I like this, and I would return back again too for more discourse, actually. So it's my favorite.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. Please tell everybody where to find you again. Tell them what your YouTube channel's called and everything, and any upcoming events you got.
So my YouTube channel is called On the Edge. You can find me at the Real Mighty Mouse on Instagram and Mighty Martae on X. I just had a debate with Destiny, the Coomer Gremlin, last week. So I had 2 debate channels reviewed. I whooped his ass. And I think that he needs his ass thoroughly whooped again. I think I'm going to meet him again sometime before this year and destroy him again. I love debating these degenerates because I think that they're pushing an agenda in society that should be destroyed at every turn, nook, and cranny. And I think that they should meet confrontation by our end, by good men. Without good men, I think we have a society that's gone array. And I think that we do need pushback against the agenda that fights our children and tries to indoctrinate them. Absent any pushback, we allow this. And men, I think that we should congregate together and fight degeneracy together on one accord, whether or not you're an Odinist or whether or not you're a Christian. I think we can see eye to eye and we know what degeneracy looks like and what indoctrinates our children and what we don't want. I think that we're universal and allied on this front. And I do believe, Marcus, you agree with me on this too. So yes. I agree with this.
Steve, I promise.
I'm grateful for our little spat tonight, our little deliberating. It was good. I enjoyed it. I look forward to more deliberating and discourse with you guys in the future. So
thank you.
Thank you much, brother. You have an excellent night.
Yep. Take care.
So we thanked everyone again for helping us meet our financial goals, being a value for value, providing value in conversation, receiving it back. Now that we are allowed to on YouTube.
That is absolutely amazing. Thank you guys so much. We got 2 members already. Like I said, let me know what you guys think of the little icons that I made and stuff. We'll make new ones. And for our giant $100 donor, we will make a special video that we will play next week. We didn't expect that from at this point in time. So and to let you guys know what we're going to do is we've been operating off of Steve's StreamYard, which Steve doesn't mind. Steve's absolutely one of the most generous, amazing people that you'll ever meet. And he doesn't mind at all. This isn't something from him. This is the way it is now, because it's Steve's StreamYard, only he can do a bunch of things. Like this whole thing where it looked like we started at like 3:00. That's because Steve had to come in and set up a link for him so I could set up my link, but it was based off of that, so I couldn't set it up correctly. And then when I go or Marcus goes, like Marcus has been on other debates and I've been on other debates. This way we can bring those to you guys and whatnot. And also we can do some special things for the members and whatnot. So we need to have our own deliberating DogFace dude. So that was first on the list. And we, the goal was to make enough to at least do that. And we have, and you guys are fucking amazing. Wow. I'm kind of blown away.
Appreciate everything.
Yeah.
It's been a wonderful night. Finally, feel like we got in a debate. Felt like a debate, having some pushback.
And I thought he was a good guy. I enjoyed talking to him. And when I saw him before, I thought he'd be fun to talk to. So that was a lot of fun. I'm glad we finally got to get that in for you guys. It's funny how it went sideways for like the first hour. Like, well, this is not at all what we were going to do, but it was still a good time.
This is what men do. When men get together, we find our commonalities and we joke around and we rib on each other. And then once we've built that trust, now we feel like we can say, oh, well, there's this one thing I like to push a little harder on. And doing the approach where we just sort of kayfabe and, mock people and say, all these terrible things about them to sort of build up a challenge. Well, that doesn't really work. It doesn't meet with a challenge. It's just like, well, okay, see you later, loser, and blocks. People block. They don't engage in that sort of conversation.
And understand, I don't think you're not a man if you don't live in the city. It's not. That's that's just pushing. You got to when you're doing that, you got to take some audacious positions and push around a little bit. That makes it makes it fun, keeps it spicy.
But can you be a metrosexual and live in a cabin alone somewhere? I mean, you have to be in the city.
Probably not. If you're metrosexual, you're probably scared of mice and shit.
Yeah, that's. I guess we'll have to explore that further. See the men who are afraid of mice. But they're probably afraid of deliberation as well.
Well, we will try. Steve's got 2 people coming in next week. We're actually going to have a double debate. Oh. It's going to be, and Marcus and I are going to be across the table from each other. Steve's got one guy coming in that's going to take the side of Christianity, and then Wheezy is coming in, and Wheezy and I are gonna take the side of not Christianity.
Mhm.
So we should have a nice spicy one again for you guys next week. Have a lot of fun. We really look forward to it. It's gonna be a good time. Love you guys. Holy shit balls.
See you in the other room.